Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Let's start the response protocols right away. With those words, South Korea's response began in earnest. Stardust eyes were shining brighter than ever as she spoke. Chapter 399. Death is all you deserve. Since the sun god's proclamation of destruction echoed across the world, the people of the world have descended into pandemonium. What the, haha, am I the only one who misheard this? This is real? Even with baseless doomsday theories, it's human to feel a little anxious. They've all been told by God himself that they're all going to die in exactly half a year, with the threat of their heads exploding. At the moment, they're just confused because they're not really thinking straight. But after a while, when they realize that they're going to die once humans realize they're going to die, there's no telling what they'll do. I'm scared shootless right now. I hid in the house like a dog after hearing about it. Now that I'm outside, the streets are chaotic and crazy. It's like everyone's freaking out and it's like it's about to happen. What the hell, so are we really screwed because of that god or something? Comment, I don't even know what's going on. It's crazy. What is going on in our company right? No new female employee crying. We're about to see the bald head of the department crying. Everyone is so shocked that they're holding still. It looks like it's about to explode. The broadcasters are all silent, and it's scary. I'm shaking right now. While everyone is freaking out and panicking, not knowing what's going on, there are a few people who are soberly analyzing the situation. Damn it, why the hell would that sun god want to kill us now? I mean, it's true to what he said, but damn it. These were Cathedral's executive-level villains. To be precise, they were the ones who, according to Egostic, knew about the existence of the gods beforehand. Although they knew that 3 gods existed in this world, the sun god, moon god, and star god, they didn't think that information would be useful in their daily lives. However, when the sun god appeared just as Egostic had said, everyone was surprised. What they didn't expect was that the sun god would want to kill them all. Damn, we got this far and now we're just going to die? Now that I think about it, Celeste said she believed in the sun god. How the hell did this happen? So there they were, in their lair, wondering what to do. The call came, and it came quickly. What? In a flash of white light, a white letter appeared before their eyes, and it was all too clear who it was from. Cathedral. Not long after the sun god's declaration of destruction, an urgent summons from Cathedral had arrived. Quick! Each of the villains received the letter in front of them, and with relieved expressions, they activated it without hesitation. That's right, in a chaotic situation like this, just being in the company of people like yourself can be reassuring. Maybe something can be done. With that, they tore the letter open, their bodies engulfed in light, and traveled to Cathedral. Good evening, everyone. Uncharacteristically, instead of smiling, he stood with a serious expression behind his mask. It was the S-class villain, Egostic. After convincing Celeste, the first thing I did was to convince her to summon the Cathedral's executives. So, Egostic, what do you think we should do now? The prayer chamber. There she was, red-eyed, still in my arms, whispering at the nape of my neck. I grabbed Celeste by the shoulders, looked her in the eyes, and said, "First, we need to muster the members of the Cathedral. We must come together, unite, and stop the god." Yes. We followed the sun god because we believed he would save the world, and now that it turns out he didn't, we'll have to save the world ourselves. As I said that, Celeste, who looked a little groggy from crying so much, smiled faintly at me, grabbed my hand, and said, "Yes, I know, I said I would follow you now. Still, I'll try to get everyone together, but you'll be the one to do the work afterward, Egostic. I think I need to get some rest. I've been through so much in such a short time." She sounded tired, and I couldn't help but nod. "Okay, take a break and come back. I'll take care of the rest." "Okay, thank you." Celeste replied to me once more with a smile that seemed to fade away, and then she gathered her clothes and left. The rest of the day was uneventful, until I was called upon to assemble Cathedral's men. Back to the present, I stood in the conference room of Cathedral, staring at the many villains seated around the large table. Egostic, what the hell is going on here? The gods are trying to kill us all? What the hell am I supposed to make of this? Worse than that, it was a real god. Don't you think it was a hoax? I thought Celeste said she was following the sun god. What the hell is going on? The villains were ranting and raving. Perhaps, in the original story, they were eventually manipulated by the fallen Celeste to begin destroying the earth, but not now. Celeste has changed her mind and gone to rest in her room. The villains gathered here, each with something to protect, have more will to live than ever, so now is the time to change it. The original was doomed, but we can save this one. I opened my mouth heavily. At ease, everyone. I spoke in my usual low voice, my voice amplified by the magic I had prepared. It made my voice ring out louder and heavier than usual. There was a lull in my words, and the villains watched me silently. I opened my mouth slowly. Celeste said that she could not agree with the sun god's actions and went to investigate the situation further. Anyway, to answer your question. Yes, you're right. As far as I can tell, it is the sun god I know who just left us a message. With that, the room erupts into commotion again. In the midst of it all, a Latin villain in sunglasses asked me in a loud, booming voice, egoistic, "I thought you said the sun god was a good god who gave power to humans. Well, that's not the problem. More like if he really wants to destroy us all, do we have any way to fight him since he's a god?" The villain says that in a serious voice, and there's an undeniable concern in his voice. How on earth could we, how could we stop a god? The other villains nodded in agreement with him, and to them I answered, "There is. How the hell are we supposed to do this? Wait, you have?" "Yes," I said, and then looked at everyone and said calmly, "Gentlemen, just think about it. If the sun god had the power to wipe us out straight away, why would he do it in half a year instead of right now? Yeah, no. Maybe to give us one last chance? I'm afraid not, because Celeste told me something," I said, giving them all a crucial clue. She told me that sun god wanted her to destroy the world before he arrived. She refused, but what does this mean? No way. Yes, given the circumstantial evidence, the sun god doesn't have the power to destroy us right now for some reason. My best guess is that it's some ancient battle between the three gods recorded in the ancient texts. Whatever the case, one thing is certain, the sun god seems less powerful now than he once was. Perhaps it is true that he is a god, but maybe he's just a particularly powerful being, I said, and took a long drink of water. Now I have to tell them something important. Besides, I know of one way to stop God. What is it? They asked urgently. I spread out my hand, holographically displaying the Milky Way in the center of the table. Did I not tell you that in this world, there are other gods besides the sun god? Especially among them, the power of the star god is said to specialize in countering the power of the sun god, and Cathedral already knows who possesses such power. But of course, he won't take it lying down. He'll try to thwart us in various ways, as he did with Celeste, but if we join forces, what's to stop us? So, before we do that, there's something I want to tell you, and so it is. In the midst of despair, there was hope that they might live. I spoke calmly to the villains, who looked at me with a strange fervor. Yes, I think you all know my plan now. I believe that if we and all the powerful people in the world work together, we can protect our world from that god. I dare say, my friends, are you willing to give up what we've built? With Cathedral on the verge of ruling this world, are we going to let that monster who calls himself a god take it all away? As it is, are you going to sit idly by and die a death worthy of a dog? As my words continued, I could feel the villain's heat rising. I can't die like this. Yes, we will. Let's do something, even if it means dying. That's the way of the villains. Gradually, the emotions of the villains increased, and then at the peak when they're in a different state. Therefore, I dare to speak on behalf of Cathedral. With fists clenched in my hands, I looked at everyone and in a cold voice I declared, "We, all of us together, we are going to kill a god." That was the new resolve of Cathedral. Chapter 400. After the sun god's declaration of destruction, I immediately succeeded in convincing the shocked Celeste and Cathedral to join the fight against the god. I told Celeste that the reason she believed in the sun god was because she thought he would save the world. And now that the opposite had happened, she had no reason to follow him. I succeeded in convincing her that she had no one to turn to but me. As for the other villains in Cathedral, as expected, this works best. I succeeded in convincing them by using the villains' natural belligerence. If I had said, "Let us all join forces and fight the gods to save this world," would they have complied? No, the villains would have thought of offensive words, not defensive ones like world peace. We've done the hard work of world domination, and now some crazy god wants to destroy all the other lands we've taken. Are we going to let this happen? Let's work together and kill that crazy god. These words worked well for the villains. My declaration, "Let's kill that arrogant god at all costs," was met with quite the enthusiastic response from the villains. After that, I even managed to get them to agree to let me take full control of the fight. With the villain side taken care of so quickly, there was only one thing left to do. First, I need to calm the people. That is, to stop the chaos that is about to happen. In the original game, the world's rapid destruction was not only due to Celeste's destructive actions, but also due to the extreme anxiety and confusion of the people, who feared that they were about to die, leading to anarchy. The key to preventing this is to reassure people that we will all survive. I have to give them hope that we will all survive and to keep society from collapsing. People are still in a state of shock and they're panicking. When reality sets in, it's going to be a mess. So before that happens, I need to calm the world down, and to do that, I've come up with a plan. Announcing an alliance between the World Association of Heroes and the League of Villains. Shock the people and give them hope by showing them something they thought could never happen. Heroes and villains united against a common enemy. Rest assured, people, we have a plan. The planet is safe, blah blah blah. Anyway, if the people see that the higher-ups aren't panicking and are reacting calmly, they're more likely to stay calm. After the meeting, I was on my way to Celeste's room. I knocked on the door. "Come in." That's what I heard when I arrived at Celeste's office and knocked on the door. With that, I quietly opened the door and entered. Inside, a tired-looking Celeste was sitting in a chair, facing me. But at least she's calmed down a bit. "Celeste, have you been resting?" "Yes, so, egoistic, did you manage to convince the cathedral members?" she asks in response to my words. Hearing that, I couldn't help but wince a little. How could she know? Did she hear everything? No, more than that. I just screamed right there that I was going to kill Sun God, but Celeste didn't seem to care, which is why I felt comfortable enough to answer. "Yeah, I've convinced them all to follow our orders." "Thank you, egoistic, you're the only one," with the faintest of smiles, Celeste said. Then casually she asked me, "And have you figured out what you're going to do next?" "Yeah." "Oh, and by the way," Celeste finally asks me what's next. Seeing this as an opportunity, I blurted out my next move, a temporary alliance between the Heroes Association and Cathedral to stop Sun God from destroying the world. An alliance? Yes, it's not much, just hold the association's president's hand in front of the camera and shake it a few times. "That's all, and I'll take care of the rest," I said, and glanced over at Celeste. Although the other villains had readily agreed to my proposal to join forces with the heroes, I had no idea how Celeste would react. "All right, then," Celeste said, without much hesitation. I was surprised that I spoke first. Is that okay?" I was so surprised that I asked back, and she replied with a calm, slightly forced smile. "Yeah, well, egotistic, I've been thinking about what you said." "What do you mean?" "That the sun god used me as a shorthand." With those words, the air seemed to instantly drop in temperature. Celeste smiled coldly and muttered softly, "If the god thinks so little of me, if he betrays me so easily, I'll have to show him that I don't stand idly by while being played for a fool." Somehow, in a 180-degree change from the original, my words made it look like she was being blackened by the sun god. I felt a little scared but also relieved. Yeah, still, it's better than standing there in shock like she did earlier, thinking that I gave her a wry smile and said, "That's a good attitude, you can't just live with it." Yeah, though I don't like the idea of working with the association. I froze in my tracks at Celeste's words. "Egoistic, you're the one who said it, so I'll go along with it." Celeste stood up, smiled at me, and added the words, "Haha, thank you." I was about to get in trouble. Anyway, I got Celeste's agreement to work with the Hero Association. "I'll be in touch, and I'll come back for you, so be ready." With those words, I slipped out of Celeste's office. I walked down the hallway and turned on my cell phone. Now that I've convinced Celeste, it's time. I only need to convince the association's president. In fact, I've already met with her before the sun god's declaration of destruction and told her that this will happen soon and that she'd better accept our offer of cooperation when it does. She didn't seem to believe me when I told her, but I wonder how she feels now. Now that I think about it, I'm turning on my phone for the first time. With that thought in mind, I turned on my phone and there it was. Missed call, President of the Hero Association, 17. In that short time, I could only see that she had already tried to contact me many times. Well, she must have been in a bit of a hurry. I dialed her number, damn. Ure finally picking up. Before I could even hear the dial tone, she picked up the phone, only to hear the voice of the president, who was immediately furious with me. I made the call, not received it. Meanwhile, the president, who seemed to have calmed down, apologized with a short sigh and said to me, "Phew, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry. Is your earlier offer still valid?" "Haha, I understand, and yes, it is valid. If you mean the alliance between the association and cathedral. By the way, she was in a bit of a hurry, wasn't she?" At my addition, the association's president sighed deeply and said to me in a harsh tone, "Don't tell me. They're asking me all over the place what I'm going to do now. What can I do? Did I really think it would come to this with God against us?" She sighed heavily again as she said that, and then continued cautiously. "By the way, can we decide on the details later and just make an alliance first?" "Yes, we can, and I understand. You want to announce it quickly to calm people down, right?" "Yeah, right. It's good that you understand, no? Was that why you suggested it in the first place?" "Okay. I'll be right there, just wait," I said with a chuckle and hung up the phone. "Okay, the plan is perfect, so let's get started." Ever since God's declaration of destruction was heard, the world has descended into unrest and chaos. The governments that were supposed to offer solutions to the situation were silent, the media was in a panic, and the people were frightened. People's anxiety was growing, and the social system was being shaken to its foundations. Yes, that was the time. Shock! The International Association of Heroes x Villains Alliance Cathedral has announced an alliance against the self-proclaimed God when outrageous news reached everyone. Chapter 401. The sun god's declaration of destruction was a time when the overwhelming majority of the people were confused and terrified. Even those at the highest levels of society were afraid, and the government that was supposed to lead them was silent. At that moment, a video was broadcasted live to the world. "Citizens of the world, this is Lucia, President of the International Hero Association." Office of the President of the International Hero Association. Lucia is standing there in a suit, talking to the camera. "Honey, look, the President of the International Hero Association is speaking right now." "What? What's she saying?" In the midst of such overwhelming panic, they were looking for a straw to hold on to, and the live broadcast was noticed by everyone. Played on every station in the world, with live translation, under the authority of the International Association, the number of live viewers quickly climbed into the tens of millions. And in that moment, the president of the association, with a solemn expression on her face, spoke. "Now the world is in crisis, under attack by an overwhelming entity that calls itself the Sun God. Therefore, our international organization has issued the highest level of alert possible. Effective immediately, we order the entire world to prepare for wartime-like conditions for 6 months prior to the scheduled invasion. And with that, I have one more thing to say." With that said, the president paused for a moment to take a deep breath. To the astonishment of all who heard, she uttered a shocking statement. "This catastrophe that is now upon us, affecting everyone in the world, is a battle against a common enemy. In other words, in this situation, all of mankind must fight together, with no siding with one side or the other. That is why, as of today, we declare that the International Association of Heroes, in a temporary alliance with the villainous group Cathedral, will stand together against the enemy." Just as everyone is reeling from the unexpected and unheard-of alliance between heroes and villains, from the side, a cold-faced, silver-haired woman dressed in pure white appeared on the screen. Upon recognizing her identity, everyone held their breath. Because that was the woman who was said to be the strongest villain in the world, a mysterious villain whose every move is shrouded in mystery. Celeste, the leader of the cathedral. Together, our heroes and villains will do everything in their power to prepare for this catastrophe that has fallen upon us. So, citizens of the world, you can go about your daily lives with peace of mind. Earth is safe. Celeste nods her head with her eyes closed, a cold expression on her face at the rousing voice of the president of the association. It seemed only natural that their handshake would make the front page of the main newspapers of the countries of the world. So that's the official statement from the Heroes Association. Next up, we'll hear from Cathedral. This is the official spokesperson for Cathedral. Wait a minute. With those words from the president, the screen went dark, and then, on a white background, appeared the man who has recently become Celeste's next most prominent ally. A man who has been called Cathedral's henchman, a man who some in his home country are even calling an S-class hero. He wears a black cape and a white mask with a smile that doesn't fit the situation. "Hello, everyone, this is Egostic." South Korea's S-class villain, Egostic, appeared on screen in front of everyone with a bright greeting. The official position statement of the president of the association was actually a speech that focused on summarizing the situation and reassuring people. In essence, it was all about cooperating with the villain alliance. And while this may have reassured people a bit and calmed them down a bit, it wasn't enough. In the midst of it, Egostic spoke to everyone in a calm, serious voice. "We're in a desperate situation. A man calling himself a god is trying to destroy us, and the end of the world is predicted in 180 days. It's not just anyone else but God himself, and he's raging to kill us, and there's no hope in sight. People from all over the world gathered together, watching this broadcast. The faces of those who had a glimmer of hope gradually darkened as Egostic's negative words continued. However, Egostic continued to speak calmly, and suddenly, he smiled. "By the way, gentlemen, now that you think about it, isn't that a bit much?" A cheap choice of words coming out of nowhere. In this changed atmosphere, Egostic laughed and continued. "No, think about it. If you think humans are disgusting, don't you think it's even more disgusting that he's suddenly going to give us shoot for what we did, without any warning?" God had overwhelmed them with fear and awe just moments ago. But to see that same deity mocked so poignantly from the mouth of Egostic, the people were stunned and nervous that he would be punished live on air. Surprisingly, nothing happened to Egostic as time passed. It was as if God were oblivious to this, as if it was no big deal. And so, to the relief of the citizens who thought they were watching a man die live, a seed of a thought sprouted in their minds. That same God, unaware of the insults being hurled at him, is quite an inept existence. This was exactly what Egostic wanted people to think. Yeah, why would a God suddenly go off the deep end? Doubt and anger, the same negative emotions, but much more active than passive fear, appeared. Realizing that no harm had come to him, the Egostic smirked and continued to rant. "I mean, really, this omniscient, spouting off and bouncing around, is he really a god? No. I'd say he's just an immature little bastard who fancies himself a god." He continued to criticize God even more bitterly over the next few minutes. Finally, looking straight into the camera, he made his final statement. "So, folks, I'd like to make you a proposition. Are we just going to sit around crying and let this bullshit self-proclaimed God kill us? Are you just going to let him beat you to death like he wants? No, just like that." During the long broadcast, when the people who were persuaded by Egostic muttered such words without realizing it, Egostic chuckled as if he had heard them and said, "No, we won't. We must fight to the end." And with that, he set the tone. Honestly, what kind of a god is he? From the way he talks, it seems like he wants to tear us apart right now, but then he says he'll kill us in 6 months, and why? Because he's suddenly generous. No way. He doesn't have the power. Otherwise, why would he take his time? He's just trying to get us to panic and kill each other before then so he doesn't have to. He wants chaos, because it's going to be hard for him if we all band together against him. And then naturally after that, he gives people hope, giving them the possibility that God might actually be weak, convincing them that they can win because humans are creatures that can live on a sliver of hope in the face of despair. And finally, the highlight of his speech finally arrives. "And so, my friends, I, Egostic, declare on behalf of Cathedral, to deal with this psychotic who calls himself a god, our villains are willing to cooperate with the heroes. Gentlemen, humanity has taken on great challenges before, and now, it's time to take on the greatest challenge of all time." Seoul, Paris, New York, Tokyo, London, Sydney, etc. on billboards in every major country in the world, millions of people were all watching together. Egostic called out to everyone a rousing voice. "Powers, heroes, villains, and ordinary people of the world, let us join together and stand up to this bastard who calls himself God." Wah. And though he did not hear, the world erupted in a furious response with his last words. It would later be called the Manifesto of the Holy War. Well done, Egostic. That was quite the speech. Few finally finished. After the speech was over, turning off the camera, I flopped down on the couch next to me, muttering to myself. My speech was designed to turn their anxiety into anger, lest they destroy themselves before Sun God reaches the world. I glance at my cell phone. The response seems to be good so far, of course. Even this has its limits. It's like a temporary anesthetic, and the anger could turn back to anxiety at any moment. But hey, it's only for 6 months. We'll still be pissing on the gods and unveiling Stardust, our hope for humanity, to the public. And the rest of the chaos will be something the government will have to deal with in detail, via martial law or whatever. Okay, are we done with the immediate post-declaration of annihilation? It wasn't easy. I sighed heavily, leaning back on the couch. Celeste had gone off to take care of other things, while I thought quietly to myself. Okay, I've taken care of the urgent stuff. Let's go see Stardust. Chapter 402. In the face of the world's impending destruction by the god, the swiftly announced alliance resolution between the association and the cathedral was shared with everyone. The association response came within a short period of time after God's declaration of destruction, and the public, which had been on edge, was quickly calmed by my speech. Of course, there was a faction of the populace that was ecstatic that I was on the air again. Mango just a god? Massive props, lol. Honestly, isn't the sun god just going to get dicked by Mango? Lol, hands on conscience, only people who were ducking anxious, and then calmed down as soon as they saw Egoistic on the air. Personal opinion. When did South Korea change its name to the Republic of Mango? I seriously don't know. Sun God suddenly looks like shoot after watching Egoistic broadcast. Sun God, honestly, isn't the name crappy. There are several stars in the universe, but one sun? Summary: the events that could happen after the Association X Cathedral collaboration list. The most anticipated event after the Association Cathedral alliance is this. After my speech to the world, I went over a few more points of agreement with the president of the association, and then took a break and sighed when I saw a message from Seo Yoon. You're broadcasting so well that it's making a fuss is nice. But why does she always have to bring up my fan cafe situation? Well, I'm the one who checks it every time. Even as I thought this, I clicked on the last post of the link, as if I were mesmerized. This is the event I'm most looking forward to after the Association Cathedral Alliance. So what happened to the hero-villain relationships are impossible? Cries from the non-ego star faction. In the end, the world didn't perish, but the ones pushing for other pairings did, lol. A photo of Egoistic raising a glass and toasting to the camera while smiling. Let's have a drink to the victorious ego stars. Comment, lol man, that was epic lol. Now that I think about it, you're right lol. It all comes back to the main couple, haha. We are living in the era of mango-flavored stardust. No association and cathedrals cooperation. It's impossible not to come into contact with Icicle, the de facto ruler of Korea. In the end, it's Ice Mango who laughs at the end. Grandpa is doing this again, take your medicine. Breaking news. Yuseong Group's comment section bots caught. Surprise protest by the Ice Mango gang lol. Holy crap. What I've been fantasizing about is finally coming true. Ego Star Gang is on fire now. Haha. Why did I press this? Well, is it good that they're still talking about this because it's positive when God is about to destroy the world? I don't know. Anyway, with that thought, I put my phone back in my pants. Anyway, the fire was out. Now the world won't descend into anarchy as the panicked masses rise up en masse like in the original. Maybe a few would, but the governments would wake up, and we just have to tighten up security and catch them. The fire is out for now. There was still much work to be done. Soon the world will be overrun by the sun god's influence, and I must prepare for that, and I still have some work to do with Celeste, and eventually I must prepare to face the gods. But first things first. Stardust first. With that thought, I rose from my seat. By now, Stardust should have finished her meeting with the star god. I needed to go see her immediately to see how she was doing after her conversation with the star god. Perhaps now she will awaken as a true hero of the world, knowing the mission she has been given. Of course, in the original, the world was already dying in real time, so her knowing her identity didn't change anything dramatically. However, it's different now. I'm by her side. The whole world is going to hold together. Good. Let's put everything else aside and meet with Stardust first. With that thought in mind, I prepared to return to Korea, thinking about how I would meet Stardust. Then I realized something important. Wait a minute. As the saying goes in my fan caf, I don't have to sneak up on Stardust anymore, do I? The association and cathedral are going to be working together, so I could meet her openly and no one would say anything. Shortly after, I realized that, when the words of the International Association President's decision to ally with Cathedral had reached every association branch in every country, the staff was busy with it. HMPH. Egoistic? Haha, hello. At the entrance of the Korean Association, the main S-class villain of the Korea Association, Egoistic, teleported. Yeah, it's me. This is new again, in the middle of the association office. The association staff were stunned by my surprise appearance there, but I smiled and waved kindly. I'm not going to hurt you, don't be scared. Luckily, they didn't grab me because they had already told the staff. Anyway, they looked at me and whispered in horror. It's Egoistic. Oh my god, it's Egoistic. Wait, where's my camera? Are they whispering in terror? Anyway, I grabbed one of the people surrounding me, smiled at her, and asked, Hey, do you happen to know where Stardust is? Yes, she's in the Oval Office. Thank you. I'm more grateful. Why the hell are you thankful? Anyway, for some reason, there was a crowd of people in the association office, centered around me, but no one was trying to grab me. I'm sure the president of the association will come after me when he hears about this. Okay, let's head straight to Stardust office. No need to look for me, I'm here. A voice came from in front of me. I immediately turned around at the sound and saw the person I'd been looking for all along, with blonde hair and a familiar-looking hero suit. Stardust, there you are. I greet her with a smile and she smiles back. She probably smiled unconsciously, but she quickly stiffened her face as she realized what was happening. There was a gasp from the surroundings already. Now that I think about it, it's legal. I see. You two always had that kind of relationship. It sounds like they're also saying something strange. Is this the only kind of people in the association, or do they only come here to sell hero villains? Anyway, I decided that I'd make more noise if I stayed here, so I walked straight to her, ignoring the oohs and ahs around me. Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me. With that, I grabbed Stardust's hand and teleported away. If I thought I saw her smile one last time, I was mistaken. Meeting her once more in her office behind closed doors, I smiled and asked her, Stardust, how are you? She smiles and sighs, then sits down across the desk in front of me. I'd already told her this was going to happen today, so she didn't panic, and she spoke to me calmly. As you said, I've put everything on emergency alert with the president. All the heroes are on standby, and the government will probably declare martial law soon. For the time being, we should be fine. Good work. More than that, there's something I wanted to tell you, Stardust said, and then proceeded to tell me about her meeting with the star god. How she was the savior of mankind, the one who would stop the sun god, how there were gods in this world. I already knew the story, but I listened anyway. Well, there's no difference in the words from the original. The only difference was that Stardust said that the star god smiled as she spoke. That was definitely a difference from the original. In the original, she was sullen and apologized to Stardust. Perhaps things have changed thanks to me. Now that I think about it, it's kind of embarrassing. That's a smile you got from selling me. Yeah, well, I saved the world for Stardust, not for the star god, so it didn't matter. Anyway, as she spoke in a small voice, I gave her a look of disbelief and said, I see, the gods are discerning. I don't know, I'm still in a bit of a daze. I wonder if I'll be any good. She says that with a slightly bitter smile. Hearing the unspoken words, I quickly grabbed her hand and said, No, Stardust, you can do it. Didn't I tell you, you always can. Egotistic, so don't worry too much. I'll help you. Yeah, seeing Stardust's face, which seemed to perk up slightly at my words, I smiled. In time, her strength will grow stronger. By then, I won't have to worry about her. After all, she defeated the sun god in the original story. Anyway, Stardust seems to be safe. Now, let's get down to business. It's time to talk about how well defend the sun god. I thought to myself silently and smiled wickedly. The warm gifts I had prepared to greet the sun god were just the beginning. Chapter 403. Ever since the association and cathedral united against the sun god, the world, terrorized by the god's declaration of destruction, has been relatively quiet. Of course, I knew it wouldn't be the whole story. From now on, we must be vigilant in our defenses. A few days after my speech at the first Joint Association Cathedral meeting, at this conference held in the United States, on the left side of the table, people from the association sit side by side, and on the right side, people from Cathedral sit side by side. The association's president and Celeste were in attendance, as well as all the major heroes, including Stardust, and major villains such as Atlas. I pointed to the wall and said, According to the records I've interpreted from the sun god's remains, when the sun god is angered, angels descend from the heavens and power surges. Perhaps this is what is about to happen. My new favorite concept, it's pretending to be an intellectual who knows the secrets of the world. It's not really a concept, it's the truth, but I created it because I can't say, this world is actually a comic book and I've read it. Angels coming down from the sky, that's a little hard to believe. Unfortunately, it's true. In fact, didn't I already take one angel with me? Wasn't that a fabrication? It was 100% real, I said after sighing at the doubting rector. I'm already having a hard enough time worrying about Stardust and Celeste, who are already tearing each other apart, and this is the last thing I need. Anyway, I didn't pay much attention to the suspicious glances. The truth would come out in time anyway. A few days later, sob, breaking news. Monsters in the guise of angels are currently invading the world from the skies. People, wake up and get to safety now, as I foretold. Indeed, one day, angels began to descend from the sky. They had silver hair with golden touches, white robes and wings, but were killing machines in angelic disguises. In the original, their drops were already devastating, thanks to the raids of the cathedral and the chaos of anarchy, but not now. Ha, these are weaker than I thought, aren't they? A city in Gyeonggi province, that's where Electra, who had suddenly descended from the clouds and electrocuted all of the angels, Choi Si-hee smirked and muttered. It was a city that would fall to an angel attack, but the angels disappeared in a flash of light from Electra's counterattack. So how's it going? Everything egoistic. And seeing her do so with such glee, I dropped down beside her, cloak fluttering. What brings you here? I came by to take care of some business. You don't have to worry about this place. I got this. Choi Si-hee flips her orange hair and throws a baton at me. She was right. After the angelic onslaught began, I sent my Ego Stream members out in all directions, one at a time, to cover the entire country. In effect, they are the Korean National Guard. Yoonwoo, Choi Si-hee, Seo Yi-young, Shinryong, and Dazik were the strongest in the country aside from Stardust. I raised them together. And so, with the members of the Ego Stream each in charge of a zone, and several heroes from the Meteor PMC under them, Korea was protected. I knew the angels would attack, so I trained and deployed them all in advance. Now that the cataclysmic villains were officially allowed to enter the fray, the rest of the world has heard that villains and heroes are working together to protect the world in general. Of course, there are a few civil wars between them, but they're cute compared to the original. Anyway, this is how society was maintained. Even though angels attack during the day, and each night passes, the days are filled with fear as D-Day approaches closer and closer until the predicted day of destruction. And now that heroes and villains could collaborate, we could see all sorts of unimaginable sights. No, what's wrong with this system? It's a state-of-the-art surveillance program, You're talking like a relic of the past. Seo Yoon, the S-class villain, occupied the chair in the center of the association's control center, hooded, legs propped up on the chair, tapping away at the monitor. Seo Yoon, who couldn't penetrate the association network, was finally able to enter the association through cooperation, and she took to the Korean computer system like a fish to water. Thanks to her, the association's control center is able to monitor the entire country in real time. Thanks to Seo Yoon's special system, anything that happened could be reported to the association in an instant. Of course, beside her, Subin was helping out. Anyway, our country was much more heavily defended than the others, thanks to Stardust and Ego Stream, but the other countries were holding up pretty well, too. It was scary in the first place when these angels were dropped as plus alpha on a world that was already dying from all sorts of attacks. Not so scary now that the whole world is armed to the teeth to stop them. Okay, and so a week passed. The present night, yeah, then arrange that with those words. I ended the call, sighed, and got up from my seat. Night was such a good time. The sun god, as he was known, was inactive at night. Even the angels didn't attack at this time. Come to think of it, the sun god doesn't really have anything to do with the sun, does he? He said it was just a name people gave him because it sounded like the sun, and he liked it. Well, I don't know. Maybe the sun god is a terrible conceptualizer. I don't know why he'd use a name given to him by humans if he hates humans. Anyway, since the god is quiet at night, everyone can rest at night. Especially since our country's night watch has its own nighttime heroes, Shadow Walker. He's too weak during the day to even catch angels, so this is his job. Anyway, it allowed us, the members of the Ego Stream who were separated during the day, to all be together at night. I'll live. As a result, everyone could be seen resting in the living room, exhausted. Even Seo Ya-young was sprawled out on the floor, grumbling. I do feel sorry for her. Come on, do you want some ice cream? Put it in my mouth? Like a carrot to a rabbit, I put the hard candy in Seo Ya-young's mouth and turned on the TV. The news was on immediately, given the current situation. And just then, the Stardust news was on. And the latest news from overseas, Stardust, the S-class hero of Korea, is currently defeating the angels. Yes, that's right. As you can see in the video, the angels are vaporized by the lights around her before she can even raise her fist. She's the natural enemy of the angels, and overseas they're saying that she's the hope of humanity. I smirked as I watched the broadcast. Yeah, it's going well. Lately, Stardust has been traveling around the world dealing with angels from other countries. I sent her out of Korea, saying we were enough to raise some awareness. Anyway, it's working out as planned. That's good. We'll just keep going and Stardust will naturally give everyone hope. because I feel like lately no matter how society is doing, I can't help but feel a general sense of gloom. Everyone's uneasy, even if they pretend not to be, in the face of the predicted divine invasion. We'll just have to keep them placated for the rest of the time and hold out until the day of destruction. Hence Stardust current popularity? I'm good at catching angels. As I was watching the TV like that, Choi Si-hee, who had raised her head from the couch, saw that and said so in a slightly rumbling voice. I should probably change the channel before she gets angry. That's right. You're good with lightning, aren't you? As I was casually changing the channel, Choi Si-hee muttered as if she was suddenly curious. By the way, when I saw the angels for the first time, I was fascinated because they looked a little fierce. Why are they actually weaker than I thought? She asks curiously. At that, I turned my head and looked toward the kitchen. A woman with blonde hair and white wings was smiling and washing dishes next to Subin. I looked at Halo, smiled inwardly and silently thought. Why? Because I kidnapped the boss of the angels. In the original, apparently, the chain of command would have belonged to the first angel down. But I took control of her, though I don't know if I forfeited other powers when I took control, or if I lost control of the other angels through Halo. Well, whatever. Enough with the angels. We're running out of time, so we'll just have to move on. With that thought, I got up from my seat. I'll see Yunwoo process the moonlight stone and so on. By now, 2 months had passed since the sun god's declaration of destruction. Chapter 404, Morning. Phew, I was sitting at my desk, reading a book before heading outside. The book was my diary, a book where I wrote down all the secrets of this world before I forgot them. And to be precise, if I were to die, I would leave it for my companions who would be left without me, because even if I'm gone, someone will have to protect this world. That's why, in the first place, I asked the Vine Witch to put a special enchantment on my journal so that no one could read it but me. Technically, the spell was to be broken after I died, and I had a question on my mind. Do I even need this anymore? That was the meaning of this book's existence. I made it thinking that I would die in the middle of it, but I ended up being alive until just before the final battle. So I wondered if it was really necessary, since most of what was written here was about how to stop the Moonlight Church and how to prepare for the Sun God. My friend, the diary, was sent away after I finished using it in the commotion of losing my memory. But well, you never know, there might be some useful information in there. Measures to take when a forest necrotizes one day, solutions for when someone loses their memory, methods to revive people from death, and so on. Even if that information is so useful that it's dangerous, yeah. I don't know what will happen to people, so I'll keep it for now. With that thought, I put the book back on the shelf. Okay, let's go. I muttered those words and got up from my seat, encouraging myself. I had a lot to do. There were things to do with the moon, or I'd gotten from Yunwoo after meeting with her the other day, but most importantly. Also, when are we going to break those holy artifacts? The 6 sun god artifacts that Celeste and I have collected so far. I had originally planned to destroy them immediately after the revelation, but I had a hunch that I should leave them alone for now. Okay, maybe later. With that thought, I walked out of the room. As I made my way toward the living room, I saw a bustle of activity. Hyul, I need a hair tie. Yes, Si-hee, it's yellow, right? Yes. Thank you. Ha, good old days going to work. That was our Ego Stream members getting ready to go to work in the morning. Choi Si-hee, Hyul, Seo Yayoung, Shinryong, Subin, and Yunwoo were all busy. At my request, one by one, our members from all over the country are participating in the Korean National Guard activities. By the way, this kind of commuting was possible because we gave the technology of the teleportation device made by Han Yoon Group to Lee Seola Yuseong Group. And Yuseong Group installed teleportation devices, which cost astronomical funds to make, in all the buildings of the National Association. So it's a good thing that not everyone had to move house since no one seemed to want to get out of here. I was thinking about that when I walked into the living room. Seo Yayoung, wearing a hoodie, her purple hair hanging down, her eyes sleepy and yawning, saw me and flew over to me, waving her hand in greeting. Dane's out, I'm coming before that. With that, she smiled slightly and floated towards me. She casually kissed my cheek and left. I'm really going, no haha, goodbye. What should I do about that? Well, it was all my fault. I still haven't told them about my relationship with Stardust. But if I did, I could really get killed. Duin, if you tell them now it's bad enough we're dealing with the sun god, but we could start a civil war. Ever since that consultation with Lee Seola, I've been keeping my mouth shut. Yeah, it's all over and I'll tell them someday. Let's tell them then anyway. In this way, we, the members of EgoStream, were all getting along well. And so was the world. It was now 4 months or 120 days until the sun god's descent. I stared at the blue sky outside my living room window, lost in thought. The world was holding up much better than I thought it would. Maybe it's because I've been so nervously and thoroughly preparing for these 4 phases. So far, it's been so peaceful that it's funny how nervous I was. Something. What is this inexplicable, ominous feeling? Silent for a moment, I shook my head and moved on. That's right, something's going to happen, and if it's like the original, it's going to stay like this. So let's just work in silence. I'm going to spend the day with her. I'll see how Stardust is doing. I was putting on my coat while thinking about Stardust. Dylan, where are you going? The voice came from behind me. I turned around in surprise, and there stood a smiling Subin. She had worked with Seo Yoon at the association, where she was the de facto general manager of all of the scattered members of the Ego Stream, with her excellent judgment and leadership. The members of the Ego Stream would rather listen to her than the association. Haha, I'm just going to go to the command center to see if everything is going well. After saying that, I glanced up and said, So, Subin, are you going to the association with Seo Yoon today? Oh, I was going to, but Seo Yoon said she had some work to do at home. With those words, Subin smiled again. She then said to me, So, I'd like to go with you to the headquarters to help you out if you have any problems. Haha, you don't have to go with me. No, I'd love to come with you. I couldn't help but laugh at her smiling dismissal. I think she's noticed I'm going to see Stardust, but maybe it's just my mood. Anyway, just like that, I was on my way to the headquarters with Subin. Headquarters of the Earth Countermeasures Committee for Sun God Invasion Preparation, an organization created by the alliance between the association and Cathedral. It is located in a tall building in the United States that was quickly erected in just a few days. The only way to get in is with an invitation, which Celeste created. Anyway, heroes and villains from all over the world gathered there to work together. I wandered around looking for Stardust. There were a lot of people around who said hello to me, and I said hello to them all. After wandering around like that, I finally found Haru, standing in front of a circular desk talking to other heroes. She stood there, her blonde hair flowing, pointing at a map on the desk, her face serious as she said something. I smiled briefly at her and decided to wait for the meeting to end. Yeah, that's fine. Egotistic. After not too much time had passed, nodding with her companion, she walked out. And when she saw me waiting in front of her, she smiled brightly and came toward me. Of course, her smile turned to a stern face when she saw Subin standing next to me, also smiling. And there's Subin, too. Yes, hello, Stardust. Hello. She smiled gently at Subin, who replied with a slightly warm smile. Something about the way they're both smiling at each other makes me think the temperature has suddenly dropped 5 degrees. So, Egostic, what's going on? Haru, who had just turned her head away from Lee Subin, said with a smile that seemed much more natural to me. Haha, I was just wondering how you were doing, Stardust. So what's the state of the world these days? I asked. Haru thought for a moment before answering. Not too bad, the angels from above keep coming down, but we seem to be handling it pretty well, and Celeste's got the runaway powers under control. I nodded at that. The runaway power had started about a month after the sun god's revelation. As the sun god drew closer and closer, some of them, overwhelmed with power, finally lost it and exploded like a bomb, just like in the original. Celeste can fix this. I neatly prevented this by having Celeste teleport in and manage it herself. The sun god gave Celeste the power to control the other powers to make them go wild, and she used it to calm them down. The ability to make dreams come true is also the reason why villains readily cooperate with heroes. Is it because of Celeste's status, which has abilities almost bordering on creation? When she personally corrected the runaway superhumans, the morale of the villains also increased. However, lately, Celeste has seemed a bit unstable again, and I'm worried as I was thinking about it, Haru added. I've been hearing in the field lately that the angel's power seems to be waning. What? I asked. I snapped out of my reverie and turned to her. They say that the number and strength of the angels attacking from the sky is decreasing, so they're getting easier to deal with these days. I feel the same way, she nodded. Yeah, I stiffened. The angels' power was waning. That was good news. Good news in the original they weren't. What? Why are the angels' powers suddenly weakening? I understand, but please tell everyone to stay vigilant and be extra prepared for times like this. Yeah. Even as I say that, something, a nagging sense of foreboding, kept nagging at me. Maybe I could call it a hunch, a gut feeling. Somehow, after all these months of ease, I had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Chapter 405, Time has passed. Good news, the official announcement from the countermeasures headquarters is that the number of angels attacking from the sky continues to decrease. In the news lately, the good news has been this. With the number of angelic attacks more than halved from the beginning, people are hopeful that we are finally winning the war against God, contrary to my fears. The number of angels descending from heaven was decreasing. In such a situation, the public's expectations were rising. From the sun god's power has weakened to if we do well, we might actually defeat the gods. The atmosphere was gradually becoming more hopeful. However, I felt a sense of foreboding. Angels, they're coming. Angels. What are they? Called angels for convenience, they were humanoid invaders about the size of small adults with silver hair and golden eyes descending from the heavens on large wings. Sure, they were human, but that didn't mean they were intelligent beings. They were monstrous in nature, moving only at the command of the sun god, and their bodies were made entirely of light. Suddenly, many of them would descend from the sky, carrying golden spears, tridents, and swords, each with the power of a Class A hero. As such, it would be a disaster for dozens of them to spawn and invade a city at once. Unlike the Moonlight Church, which were mostly tentacle monsters, the fact that they resembled human forms made them quite a challenge to deal with. Luckily, the superhumans have grown stronger and are able to keep the angels at bay. Maybe that's why. Duin. Now that I think about it, didn't you say that all of their powers were given to them by the sun god? At the beginning of the angelic attack, Seo Yoon had once asked me this. Why did the sun god give humans supernatural abilities? If he hates humans, why on earth did he give them abilities? That's right, to Seo Yoon's suddenly sharp question, I had no choice but to answer in such a vague manner. Actually, the reason why the sun god gave humans powers. He must have given them the power to eliminate all other humans. Now, thanks to me, heroes and villains are uniting to stop the angels, but if you think about the original story, no. If you think about all the disasters I've been through before the original, most of them were caused by villains with superpowers, and there have always been more villains in the world than heroes. I wondered why. Because, in the first place, only the flawed were given powers. I pondered that silently. I didn't know how far the sun god could interfere with humans, but it was probably within his power to do so. And even then, he could only take them away from those who had something wrong with them. As a result, the powers were only given to people who were twisted in the first place. The result is a society where villains pop up every day. The world of Stardust is a precarious, tattered place. Actually, even the heroes, if you think about it, there was a twist somewhere. Lee Seola, Shadow Walker, and heroes from other countries, they all have a crookedness somewhere, but they chose to defend this world in spite of it. Most of them didn't, and that's why they became villains. Anyway, well, that was irrelevant now. The power the sun god had given them to turn against each other was now being directed at the sun god's angels. Celeste, for some reason, was unable to interfere with the angels, though they were too pure, too close to the sun god's essence. And now the angelic offensive, the only threat to humanity at this point, was dwindling because of the alliance between heroes and villains. This had never happened in the original. Knowing that this was not how it was supposed to be, I was very concerned about the sudden change in circumstances. Everyone else was just happy to see it, and I was the only one feeling increasingly uneasy for no good reason. But it wasn't really just me. There was one more person. Yeah, you're right, I've been feeling a little off lately. Stardust, too, had been feeling uneasy lately. That gut feeling that something is about to happen. But even so, there wasn't much more we could do, just stay on our toes and not let our guard down. It was one of those days when the angels gradually stopped attacking. I had high hopes, but I'm disappointed. The city center of Seoul, under a blue sky, Seo Yoon and Subin were walking down the street together. Seo Yoon doesn't usually go out, but something came up that I decided to take care of at her request. Even Subin came along for the ride. Of course, I didn't earn as much as I thought, so I was returning empty-handed. But at least you got something, right? That's right. Of course, it wasn't like there was no income. They mentioned receiving a new program applicable to the entire association. And it was nice to get out and clear my head. People need to walk. It's not so good to be stuck inside all day. Like this. In the city center, under the blue sky, with the warm sunshine bathed us. The three of us walked together with our perception filters on so others wouldn't notice, until as we walked along, Subin, smiling, suddenly remembered something. Fufu. When I shook my head at her, she smiled and said to me, No, we're just walking like this. It reminds me of the old days when the three of us used to walk together. Ah, I see. I smiled and nodded in agreement. It was during the first days when it was just the three of us, and we hadn't even formed Ego Stream. I feel like we've had this conversation before, but it's been a long time since then. Seoyun's height, which had been small, had almost caught up to Subin. That's right, I remember that time we used to go to the ice cream festival together. Do you remember? I do, as I reminisced, Seoyun giggled. But now that I think about it, you're just as powerful now as you were then. I don't know much about you and Subin because we're normal people. Didn't you say that all the powerful people are getting stronger these days? Haha. That's right. I said so with a bitter smile. The sun god was getting closer and closer, but my abilities hadn't changed much. Just because I had the power of the stars didn't mean that I would get stronger. Star power itself was created as a counter to the power of the sun, so I should be stronger just like Stardust, who is almost a god now. I could still teleport and use telekinesis. And if anything, my chest has been getting heavier and heavier lately, making it harder and harder to use my abilities. I don't know what it is, but somehow, I felt nothing but uneasiness. Whatever, it doesn't matter anyway, you just sit still, we'll take care of everything. Seoyun giggled as she said it, her white hair fluttering beside her. And after we're all unharmed and we've defeated the sun god, we're all going to go to the festival. We'll have the Ego Stream, the Yuseong PMC, Thuel, the heroes, if they're coming, all of them. How about that? Seoyun laughs as she says that. I smiled bitterly and patted Seoyun's head. Yeah, I really hope that day comes, except, throbbing. I wiped the smile off my face and looked up at the sky. What is this strong, ominous sensation? The ominous hunch from earlier came back even stronger. I'm breaking out in a cold sweat, and I feel like something big is about to happen. I thought it was an illusion, but my heart was beating harder and harder. My face was completely blank. Dylan, are you okay? Dylan? Subin and Seoyun, who were standing on either side of me, asked me. Wait. Something, I think it's coming. I staggered, coughing, in the middle of a sudden rumbling. The sun in the sky suddenly brightened and a yellow glow enveloped the sky. The people of the city, walking peacefully, were startled by the glowing sky. Kaya, what? A silvery glow, like a scar, appeared in the sky along with a few streaks of darkness. Like eyes, the lines opened. Error. From the sky dozens, no, hundreds of angels suddenly appeared on a scale never seen before. It was the beginning of an all-out assault, something that had never happened in the original story. Chapter 406, An All-Out Assault of Angels. What the hell is going on? There are monsters in the sky. It was a catastrophe of epic proportions that was not in the original. The angels that had been coming a little at a time had suddenly attacked all at once. The angels appeared in almost every city in the world, wherever people lived. They've invaded this world in such droves that they fill the sky. Naturally, where I am is no exception. Duin, we're in trouble. The city center of Seoul down there, I was looking up at angels, so many of them that they covered the sky. Oh shoot, Yuwa, everyone hide. What the hell is going on? People start freaking out and running away. In the midst of it all, I turn my head frantically to analyze the situation. The angels have suddenly launched an all-out attack on this scale, unlike the original. Why? Is this why there have been so few attacks so far? No, but if they're attacking the entire world on this scale now, it doesn't make sense. It's not like we're talking about a few days of fewer attacks. The sun god doesn't have this much power. Then, what the hell? That's what I thought. Suddenly my rumblings were cut short by my insides. The sudden throbbing pain in my heart made me grab my chest and stagger slightly. Meanwhile, Seoyun and Subin, surprised, shook my arm and said, Duin, what are you doing? Run away quickly. Duin, let's go. The situation was not good. No, it was more like a life and death crisis. Right now, with no one else around us, it was just me, Subin, and Seoyun who were all alone under the attack of the angels. Of course, we weren't in any real danger yet. Okay, everyone, my hand. I had the best skill for getting away in an emergency like this, teleportation. I ducked my sticky head and grabbed both of their hands. This was before the angelic army arrived on Earth, but it didn't matter. I could just teleport to the underground shelter and be done with it. I would have summoned Halo as soon as I felt like it, but since they're the same angel, their attacks wouldn't work and they wouldn't be much help. I guess I'll just have to teleport straight to the association, even if it's a bit of a stretch. With that thought in mind, I teleported away. At that moment, Wuxin, I felt a tearing pain inside my body. At the same time as the pain took my breath away, I knew something was wrong. With that strange sensation, our bodies shifted. KKKKK, thud cuding, 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 cuding. Kaya, duh, Dylan, are you okay? I don't know how far I've traveled, but I've never made it to the underground shelter I've been aiming for, and I'm sprawled out on the street somewhere. I was dizzy. I rolled once on the ground, then staggered to my feet. Maybe I fell first to protect them, I thought, feeling the blood rushing from my head. I waved my hand to Seoyun and Subin, who were running toward me with a mixture of concern and confusion. No, I was going to, I'm okay, cool. Before I knew it, I was coughing up a mouthful of blood that was both gory and sticky on my hands. Kuluk, kuluk. At the same time, my vision became dizzy for a moment. Oh, Dylan, are you okay? Oh no, wake up. Dylan, what the hell is this? No, hurry up and get him treated. I clutched at my rumbling stomach. I unknowingly collapsed back to my knees on the floor. Error! I heard the angelic shrieks from above, feeling the blood trickling from the corner of my mouth and grasped at my blurring vision. What the hell is going on? How did this happen? Oh, yes. Should I have expected something like this since the angels never came? No. Still, I was certainly prepared. But there's something about an invasion coming at a time when I'm alone, with no one to help me. Maybe they knew all along and took advantage of my weakness. No, this must be a delusion. Kuluk! I muttered to myself, barely keeping my fading consciousness alive. Anyway, I was wrong now. The angels are getting closer and closer, and somehow my body has suddenly become more unstable instead of stronger. Duck. God of the stars, are you giving me shoot until the end? I muttered a little to myself and then managed to regain my composure. Seoyun, Kuluk, Seoyun, Subin, first run away first. Dylan, what the hell are you talking about? Dylan, don't talk nonsense, run away quickly. With those words, Seoyun and Subin grabbed me by the shoulders. Everyone else had already fled the street, and we were the only ones who had crash-landed due to a teleportation error. No, we don't have time for this. The angels are now flying directly above us, and shadows are falling all around us. At this rate, we're all going to get killed. I can't help it. Finally, I summoned all my strength and tried one more time, ARRRRRRRRR. And just like that, with angelic voices echoing directly above me, I made a last-ditch attempt at teleportation, and the result was failure. Cudeng, cudeng, cudeng. I didn't even make it to the association, and I fell to the ground 50 meters away from Seoyun and Subin. From a distance, Seoyun and Subin were looking at me in despair. Error! Right above us, angels attacked with spears made of gold. Like so much grime, they streaked the sky, leaving no empty space. They descend, filled with nothing but murderous intent to kill us. I stared, dumbfounded, feeling as if time had slowed down. How did this happen? Before my eyes, Subin was looking up and pulling a gun out of her arm with a stern face. Seoyun summoned a small robot with her smartphone, and it looked like a dream. Me, too, the tentacle suit in my arms. I might be able to resist for a while with Behemoth, but I wonder how long I can last with that. There are dozens, hundreds, thousands of angels in front of me right now. I wonder if I'll lose them all. Seoyun, Subin, everyone, I'm going to lose them here, just like this. That's right. Wasn't it always a ruined world? I gritted my teeth. Even in this situation, my stupid abilities won't help me to the end. Just like this, let them all go. Half collapsed like that and feeling the angels above me trying to swing something at me, I silently closed my eyes. Just like this, end it. To do nothing here, to lose everyone I've ever cared about. Pounding. When I fell from this world and realized the two abilities I had, I was very worried. With these weak abilities, I wouldn't be able to survive the rapidly changing power inflation. No, with these powers, I wouldn't be able to protect this world. So, realizing that I could not protect this world with my powers, I gathered others. To harness the power of those stronger than me to protect everyone, and the plan was quite successful. I made it through 3 phases without too much sacrifice. However, my power hasn't grown to this day. Pounding. Duck it? I'm supposed to have the power of the stars. At the very least, I should be able to protect the people by my side. I can give my life for them. Please, give me the power too. Pounding, thump, 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 thump. Error. With that thought, I opened my eyes, and there before my eyes was As if someone had pressed the slow button, I saw time passing slowly. I saw Seo Yoon and Subin, who seemed to be slowly being buried by the waves of angels descending from above, and felt a chilling sensation on the nape of my neck. Feeling all of that, I stood still and reached out to them, and then with the sensation of life burning within me, in the slowed time from my outstretched hand, a black light emanated black strands, like threads, stretching out in countless numbers. In the slowed time, the threads stretched quickly toward all the angels around me. Pick, 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 pick. One by one, the black tentacle-like threads of light pierced the hearts of the angels. Like a black tree painted in watercolor growing out of a hand, one by one, they spread out into countless branches, piercing the hearts of the angels. So thin and black, so unbelievably light, so twisted and stretched out it's as if black blood is coursing through their bodies, burning out their last spark. Just like that, the sky was covered with black trees. Like a spider's web, all the angels were pierced. Just like that, time flows again, and the angels that filled the sky fell like falling leaves. Creator, in the midst of countless angels falling like rain, I stood dazed on the ground, still bleeding from the head, and with stalks of black light extending from my hands. I spat black blood frantically from my mouth and then collapsed. Chapter 407. As far as Stardust was concerned, the day's events had happened in a flash. Throbbing, as usual, she was working with other heroes and villains at the American Countermeasures headquarters. It wasn't easy to work with villains, even if it was at the behest of Egoistic, but she was slowly getting used to doing so for the greater good. The angel attacks had almost stopped, and she felt a sense of peace. She felt a sense of foreboding again, then it happened so fast. Attention, everyone, breaking news. The angels have launched a full-scale attack? The loud voice was echoed by someone who had rushed to the center of the command center, where many people were gathered. Before the people gathered here could fully comprehend the meaning of the voice's words, which were tinged with fear. Error! Outside the window of the task force, such cries could be heard. When they looked to the side, they saw hundreds or thousands of angels descending from the sky. That was the beginning of the all-out war between the Alliance and the angels. Although the number of superhumans gathered here was small, the number of angels in front of them was in the thousands, like a legion. Thus, the situation seemed to be heading towards an all-out war, everyone out. That was when Stardust was not present. Thank you, Stardust, you averted a crisis. A moment passed. In the now empty skies, Stardust took a moment to catch her breath, and another hero thanked her on behalf of the others. Hey, all those angels were blown away by a few of Stardust's star punches, turning to light. To that, Stardust shook her head in disbelief and said, "No, I'm sure you could have handled that without me. Besides that, is the situation elsewhere?" "Yes, that is there's another place under attack by angels right now. Apparently, the angelic forces are stronger in places where there are more powerful people. That's why everyone here is trying to return to their hometowns and stop the angelic invasion. This is a serious situation." As she looked around, she realized that all of the superhumans here were worried. She wondered if Korea would be okay. As she thought about it, she took out her cell phone and immediately dialed the hotline to reach the president of the association. Wait, Egoistic, is he okay? Thrill. Feeling uneasy for a moment, she moved her fingers faster and dialed the hotline to the association president. And just like that, after what seemed like an eternity, the dial rang. Ding. The president of the association answered. Stardust, are you all right?" The president's voice sounded urgent over all the noise around him. Stardust said she was okay and got straight to the point. "Yeah, I'm fine. How are things in Korea? It's not great, but we've got the heroes from the Ego Stream and Yuseong squad to hold us together. Still, it looks like things will be sorted out soon." "That's good to hear, by the way. Do you know what Egoistic is doing now? Is he okay?" At her question, he was silent for a moment, then coughed. His response makes Stardust heart flutter for a moment before she raises her voice and asks again. In a deep voice, the president sighed and said, "Egoistic is safe for now. He was brought here after being caught in the crossfire outside and is currently being tended to by a group of people. He has no apparent injuries, but I don't know. He's asleep for now." What? She wondered why her bad premonitions were always right. Stardust's eyes glazed over at the shocking news of Egoistic's collapse. Then, in a low voice, she spoke to the president. "Okay, I'll be heading over there just so you know." "Phew, I see. Well, we need hands here too, so it's good if you come." The moment she heard the voice of the association president, a loud boom rang out. A gust of wind blew right into where Stardust was standing. A wind so powerful that even she, a superhuman, staggered. She couldn't see anything with the naked eye, but the wind must have come from somewhere to the west. It was blowing out her cell phone signal. What the hell is going on? Stardust thought to herself with a serious look on her face. Soon after, a hero from another country's association came flying panting towards her. "Hey, Stardust, look at this." "What is it?" And on the screen he showed her. Cough, 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 something so big, so huge, it was coming down from the sky. Right now, it looks like something has appeared over the sea. It looks like it's beyond the reach of humans, and if we don't stop it now, he explained with a look of urgency. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, what appeared on the screen looked like something that could bring about the end of the human race. Just like when she heard the voice of God, she felt intimidated by the mere presence of the creature through the video. She looked at the other superhumans looking at her with desperate eyes. Stardust paused for a moment, unlike the other heroes who assumed she would fly away any moment now. Of course, it seems right to stop this now, no matter how you look at it. If it wasn't stopped now, humanity would face an early demise, but I'm worried about Egoistic. She was torn between wanting to go see him right away. But yes, she relented. After all, she realized, if she abandoned the crisis of humanity to go see him now, it wouldn't be what he wanted. She also knew that there was nothing he could do if she went now anyway. For now, let's stop him. "I'm leaving now." "Thank you, Stardust. You're the only one who can stop this." Then, with a look of determination in her eyes, she tossed her hair into the wind and muttered, "That thing coming down from the sky now, whoever it is, I need to take care of this quickly. I want to go see Egoistic." There was a helicopter flying over the Atlantic Ocean, and the sight that the cameras on board caught was overwhelming. "What is that? What is that?" The heavens opened up, and a powerful light shot down from the heavens. A huge, white being in a reclining position, eyes closed, wrapped in a pure white cloth, a huge being, looking like a white Buddha. The strange being, which looked like a giant white Buddha, was descending from the sky in silence, not even moving its huge body. It was clearly not even moving, but just its mere presence gave everyone looking a sense of its immense power. Ugh, the power of that being was so strong that weaker people who were only watching it on television would faint from the sight of it on the screen. Of course, the same was true for those who didn't faint. The difference between seeing it in person and just seeing it on the screen and feeling it was enormous. If that thing awakens, and we can't stop it, humanity will perish as it is. Even if no one said it, people realized it just by looking at it. But how can stop it? When the world was gripped with fear on the screen, a woman with flowing blonde hair appeared on the scene. She was an S-class hero, the most powerful hero of recent times, Hero Stardust. She stood there, her eyes serene, and stared at the figure in front of her. In the next moment, unnoticed by anyone, she unleashed an instantaneous attack with her yellow glowing fist at the floating figure in the sky, and just like that, white smoke billowed around her. A being no bigger than a worm struck at her executioner. A loud, grotesque, creepy as hell voice was heard. The physiologically repulsive voice, like dozens of insects crawling up your arm, comes from where the white Buddha was. Bang. Suddenly, a giant golden hand appeared from the sky and clapped Stardust on the ground, as if grabbing a bug. Just like that, the smoke cleared. On the sea, a great white being, still reclining, eyes and mouth closed, and hovering around it were golden hands glowing in the air. In front of it, Stardust, still alive and flying. At the sight of it, some muttered to themselves, their voices trembling, "That's no match." It wasn't just a matter of strength. It was a simple difference in class between a creature of God and humans could be felt. Humans were never designed to be defeated by that thing in the first place. The world realized that as soon as they saw it, but Stardust on the screen. "I'm busy," as if she wasn't frightened at all. She was still muttering those words, her eyes still glazed over. What mattered to her right now wasn't this beast in front of her. The biggest problem right now was the fact that Egoistic was lying out there somewhere, so she wasn't going to spend a lot of time thinking about the monster in front of her. "Come!" And with that, she attacked once more. Of course, against Stardust, wishes, quite a bit of time passed. She struck with her glowing hand. The white being flung dozens of giant, glowing golden hands at her, but Stardust dodged. The sea beneath her exploded, the sky split open, the wind whipped up, and the camera shattered under the being's attack. By the time it was possible to capture the scene again through another method, the white being had already moved from its lotus position, stood up, opened its eyes, and was fighting in the sky with its gigantic body. Stardust fought back, dodging and ducking. The sea below disappeared dozens of times, The sky around them was slashed dozens of times as the yellow light and the white light clashed relentlessly. Finally, the giant being collapsed, exploding into yellow light. What was left of it at the end was Stardust. Stardust stood on an empty sea, her blonde hair flowing, her scarred body silently gazing at the spot where the white Buddha had once been. The people at last realized that she was the savior of mankind. Chapter 408, Inky Blackness. In that clay-like darkness, I slept next to dying embers that were about to go out soon. A flame burning precariously as if the end were near. I wonder how long that flame can burn like that. How long can it keep its faint glow? I seemed to think dazedly. And then, slowly, it was time to wake up. I thought I heard a voice saying, "Pa Duin, oh, how are you? In Duin, you there. Here, get him." What the hell does this mean? Somehow, after what felt like a deep sleep, I woke up groggily to the loud noises around me. You're awake." I struggled to open my eyes to the bright light, and all I could see was, "Egostic, HMPH, you're finally awake. I told you Egostic would wake up." Duin. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. Thank God, HMPH. Thank God. Durin, you're awake. Are you okay? Stardust, standing beside me, sobbing and holding my hand. Celeste, wearing a nonchalant expression but visibly relieved. Seo Yoon, sobbing into my chest, looking up at me. Subin, who is looking at me with a tired expression full of dark circles. Durin. Finally, I'm so relieved. You're finally awake. I thought you'd never wake up, with an equally tired look on her face. Hayul smiles faintly at me, and Choi Si-hee looking down at me angrily and crying. Everyone, what's going on? Ugh. Looking up at them like that, I tried to get up, but the pain I felt instantly made me lie back down. Duin, don't strain yourself, don't move, doctor. When is the doctor coming? Egotistic, thank God, HMPH. Lying there in bed, looking at the white walls and people's expressions, I finally remembered. I must have passed out. Patient, you're awake, let's see. After that, I rubbed my eyes as I heard the doctors rushing over. Apparently, there were a lot of things I needed to hear. What, it's been a week since I collapsed? That's right. After a quick checkup by the doctors, I was told that I was fine, except for a little weakness. And the most shocking thing I heard was that I had been down for a week. After I vomited up blood and collapsed, I couldn't wake up no matter what I did, so I was in a panic for a while. I don't know how this information got out, but it got out, and Korea was in a panic. Of course, that wasn't what I wanted to know. The angels, they're all gone. Yep, after I defeated their apparent overlord, they all turned to light and disappeared. So much for the massive angel attack. Fortunately, when Stardust captured their boss, who looked like a white Buddha statue, they all burst into light and disappeared. It was a surprise attack, and everyone took a lot of damage, but it's a good thing it was over. For reference, Seo Yoon's one-line comment about the white Buddha statue-like monster she showed me was, who the hell is this guy? Even I, a true fan who has memorized the original manga, couldn't figure out who he was. He resembles Buddha, which makes sense since the setting of this world is one where all religions are influenced by Trinitarianism, the gods of the sun, moon, and stars. That doesn't mean I saw this guy in the original. So, naturally, this was an issue that got me to pause. An all-out assault of angels that wasn't in the original and a new sun god beast that wasn't in the original. Clearly, things were going in a different direction. The only question was, how did they do it? As I understand it, in the original, the sun god had already used the limit of his power to attack. That's why Stardust was able to defeat him in the ending scene. Of course, the world had already been destroyed by then, so it was effectively a victory for the sun god. After all, in the original story, the sun god was not annihilated, but rather had used up most of his power and disappeared. Of course, it was a de facto defeat, but whatever. In the original, when the sun god admitted defeat and retreated, it was said that he had continued to use his power to the limit. In other words, if he could have done this, he would have done it long ago in the original. Of course, the angels had stopped attacking for the time being, so you'd think they'd have gathered their strength and attacked all at once. Indeed, that was what everyone was thinking right now. I, who knew the original story, thought differently. That's how much power it took to release so many angels and the new creature? No, this wasn't the kind of raid that could be organized in a few days. It was clearly an offensive that exceeded the original. The number of angels that came all at once was probably more than the number of angels that would have come steadily at this time in the original, and the white Buddha seemed really strong. How on earth did the sun god generate power beyond his own limits? Was there a factor other than the original? Did he hide his power? Did someone else support him? Or while I was sitting on the bed in the hospital room, pondering these unanswered questions with a serious face. Dylan, are you thinking about work again? That stern voice that I heard at that time. The voice woke me up from my thoughts, and when I looked up, I saw Subin with an unusually stern expression approaching me and saying, "No, the patient needs to rest, come on. Lie down on the bed and don't think about anything." Wait, quickly. With that, Subin gently pushed my shoulder, and I was forced to lie down on the hospital bed again. From what I heard, Subin nursed me back to health for a whole week while I was down. Maybe that's why it was so hard for me to resist. Eventually, as I leaned back on the fluffy bed, I heard a voice beside me agree. "Subin is right, the patient needs to rest." In the chair next to my bed, Stardust sits and nods. She's been coming every day except when she was doing hero stuff while I was down. I feel a little guilty for worrying everyone so much, especially since they're counting on me. The others are coming right after work. Anyway, as I flopped down on the bed, Seoyoon, still tapping away at her smartphone with red eyes, said, if Ghostic is better, they should come right away. I don't know what they're doing." And Celeste, dressed in a saint's robe, crossing her arms and muttering that as if that's not bad enough. I looked at her and suddenly realized something. Come to think of it, we're all here now, aren't we? Stardust is sitting next to me, her hand on my arm. Celeste is standing next to me along with Seoyoon and Subin, while Hyul is dozing off in the chair in front of me. As a side note, Hyul tried to heal me as much as she could with her healing powers, but it didn't work at all. But thanks to that, I guess the trauma isn't visible. Anyway, seeing them stick together so naturally, I was hopeful. Had they gotten closer while I was down? Doin, you may look fine on the outside, but you're not on the inside, and I can tell you that because I've been around you for the past few years. You put an odd emphasis on years. Ha. It doesn't matter how many years I've been with you, it's how close you've been to me recently. Yeah, you're right, but I've been living in the same house with Dylan for a lot longer than you guys have, haha. Or is it? I shivered as I watched Subin reply with a smile. That's right. She wasn't the kind of person to lose. Still, even though they were trying to stare each other down with fire in their eyes, they were definitely closer than before. After all, with physical distance comes psychological closeness, and if they get closer like this, everyone will be fine without me. As I was thinking about that, Seoyoon, who had put down her cell phone, spoke up. Whatever. Stop thinking about the world for a second and tell me about your body. What kind of power did you use? I just saw a black spider web fly out. Oh, that's what happened. At Seoyoon's words, I silently thought back to the day we were attacked. The attack itself was definitely unlucky. It happened so quickly, in just about 3 minutes with no heroes nearby. Still, it was only a few minutes after I went down that another hero came to our rescue, but it was too late. Of course, my lack of preparation was also my fault. First of all, the existence of teleportation caught me off guard. Even if angels appeared, all it took was teleportation. The problem was that I never summoned Halo, my bodyguard, or Behemoth in front of the angels, because I didn't know what would happen to Halo. Who was the captain of the angels in the original story? If she came into contact with them, Behemoth is kind of like a bulletproof vest in the first place, so it's not much help against hundreds of angels. Anyway, in that situation, I reached out to use telekinesis to save Seoyoon and Subin. For some reason, instead of telekinesis, a black light emanated from my body. A black light that I had seen once before, the day I heard Stardust, True Intentions. I wonder if this is my new power, awakened in preparation for the sun god. The sensation I felt when I used my powers, as if my life force was accelerating in real time. When I thought about it, it was quite dangerous, especially since I coughed up a lot of black blood when it was over. I really thought I was going to die. Still, it's good to have new powers, I suppose, and I'll have plenty of use for them in the future. I abbreviated it and summarized it for those in front of me, soon after I finished. There was a moment of silence, and then Seoyoon muttered with dead eyes, "Doin, don't leave this hospital until the sun god comes." No, why? I protested in disbelief, but the other women nodded in agreement. It was so unfair. Just like that, against my will, I was locked up. Chapter 409, it's been a few days since I was confined to the hospital. Hey. Hahaha, Egoistic, are you feeling okay? Durin, I missed you so much, hee. Haha, it's been a while, hi Ariel. While I was lying in bed, many people came to visit me. This time, Atlas and his daughter Ariel came to my room. I know you must be busy, you could have called. Haha, how could I be ungrateful, especially with Egoistic? My daughter was crying her eyes out and asking me when I was coming to visit you. Haduin. I was so worried, Ariel mumbles as she buries her face in my body, her blue hair untangled, and rests on the side of my arm. I smiled bitterly and stroked her as she lay on the bed. Ariel once lived with us in the ego stream, but ever since she was sent back to her home by Atlas to be trained as heir, she's been in touch. She must have been very surprised, especially after this incident. I thought to myself as I comforted Ariel in my arms. Ariel, by the way, looks more mature in many ways than before, no doubt due to rolling alongside Atlas. Now she could truly be called a sea princess knight. She's a bit taller too. But more than that, I feel a little awkward having Ariel in my arms in front of her father. Ha ha ha, you look much better now though, so I'm relieved. The people of Cathedral are very worried about you too. Atlas, of course, didn't seem to mind. Rather, he smiled cheerfully. He must have liked me a lot because he still jokes about me being his son-in-law from time to time. Or maybe Ariel gaslighted him anyway. With that thought in mind, we had a pretty pleasant after hours. Of course, at the end, when Atlas was dragging Ariel away because it was time to go, there was a bit of a fuss because Ariel didn't want to go, but in the end, it didn't end with Ariel being dragged away crying. However, I agreed to let her live with me again once the sun god thing was over, so I guess that was that. Judging by the way Ariel smiled quietly behind me as she cried afterward, I think that was enough anyway. After that, many people who had a long history with me came to visit. Mr. Egostic, how are you feeling? Mr. Egostic, you seem to be in good shape. Our friends from the East Asian Villains League, Katana of Japan and Li Xiaofeng of China also came. Master, are you comfortable? Master Doin, HMPH, I was worried. Master Doin, are you feeling okay? Teacher, don't be sick, my first-year PMC students, the 4 members of our Ego Squad and for now the association's A-list heroes. Lee Sigum, number 1, Seo Ki-young, number 2, Hyo Dahi, number 3, and Sansua, number 4. Maybe it's because they've been on the front lines, but they've all grown up from when I was teaching them when they were still quite young. Of course, they are now the leaders of a lot of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-year students below them. Of course, for some reason, they still call me by my old name, Master. Besides that, boss, it's been a while. Red, what have you been up to lately? I haven't seen Red, Blue, and Yellow, members of the Reprise, in years. They flew off to find some place after the events of the Moonlight Gate. They wandered while wearing bunny helmets, and soon found themselves with nothing to do, until they encountered the angels, who freaked them out and they fled across the world all over the world. They said they were too ashamed to come back to Korea and were surprised to hear that I had fallen this time. No. What the hell did you do with that big, fancy airship? Anyway, I told them that they should just stay with us. The association would give them housing and everything, and they were very impressed. The next person who came was Cha Yun, the younger brother of our healer, Hayul. Brother, are you feeling well? Yes, Cha Yun, I'd rather ask you. It's dangerous these days, and I told you to come home, not stay in the dorm. Haha, I'm in high school now, how could I? Cha Yun smiled at my words and said that. He was so small when I first saw him, and now he's so big. It seems like yesterday when he first saw me in that slum, his eyes lit up and he said, "Manga stick." It was amazing. No, it's actually the Korean Ministry of Education. That's the most amazing thing about the SATs, of course. Cha Yun's school is a Yuseong Foundation school with the best facilities and security. So he should be safe, but I still felt uneasy. Cha Yun is a big boy, but he's still a kid. Anyway, he took the time to come with his sister. He looked at me with a determined expression and confessed his desire. Brother, do you know what my dream is? What is it? My sister and I have always been saved by you, Doin, so I've always thought that I want to help you when I grow up. So I decided my dream is to join the association. Cha Yun said that as if he was confessing a very big decision. However, I was rather confused. But Cha Yun, you don't need to have such high grades to join the association. Aren't you almost perfect in all subjects now? You don't need to be that good, I said. Cha Yun disagreed and told me firmly. No, Hyung, I have to, because my dream is to be the president of the association. At his words, I was at a loss for words. The one who says he's going to be the president of the association and be my support within the association. But if I do this, will everyone in high places in Korea, from Lee Seola to the government and business, will become my acquaintances? Well, I thanked him and told him to do his best. However, I don't think the association will survive after I capture the sun god, but I'll still have a few more decades. So many others came to visit me during my illness. Finally, Dylan, how are you doing? The busiest person in Korea right now, Lee Seola. She too came to see me. I'm doing fine, just stuck here, unable to get out. Hmm. That's good, Dylan needs to stay in one place, he's always getting hurt. Looking at Lee Seola nodding her head as if it was a reasonable measure, I felt resentful. Even you. Where did my credibility go? Anyway, so you're still insanely busy? Of course. There's a lot to catch up on after this big angel raid, and we're lucky that our country was spared the others. She shook her head with a tired look on her face, then plopped down on the bed and continued. Especially after Dylan collapsed, it was a real mess. People were protesting. Government leaders were all over the place. You're not even getting up, so I'm really worried. Haha, but you were the one who kept me centered, right? At my words, Lee Seola looked at me in disbelief and said, "What in the world do you think I am, Dylan, that you wouldn't be worried about me? I still don't know what I've been doing for the past week." Sorry? Haha, I'm glad I kept my hopes up because if I wasn't there, it would have been a big problem, but Celeste kept assuring me that Dylan would wake up. Really? Celeste? Well, at least the angel attacks have stopped now. It'll take a long time to recover, but that's true. I pondered that and talked to Lee Seola some more until halfway through when she told me that visiting hours were over. Anyway, just like that, the long rush of visits was finally over. I went back to my peaceful life confined to a hospital under the watchful eye of the ego stream. No, this is ridiculous. No. What's going on with Cathedral and the task force without me? Dylan, what the hell are you doing with that body? With how advanced technology is these days, we can do everything virtually. Yes, egoistic. She's right. My strategy of using work as an excuse to escape was effectively blocked by Seoyun's tech talk and Stardust acquiescence. Thanks to them, I was currently trapped in the hospital, enjoying my confinement. Actually, it wasn't even a hospital as far as I could see. I woke up to find my room had changed to a large, white cell. Well, it wasn't bad. I insisted that humans need sunlight, so they made me a room with a big window. Except that it only had one door, and it was guarded by a rotating cast of Ego Stream members. Kulk! I muttered to myself as I coughed. I suppose the fact that I'd gotten a little more hemorrhagic after that day also added to the hype factor. I tried to be as stealthy as possible, but somehow they knew. Did they install a bug in the room? Well, of course, I'll admit it. My body seems to have weakened a bit since that day. Still, I don't know. I sighed and turned on the TV. As I listened, I thought to myself, I wonder what my powers are. I thought to myself quietly, looking at my hands. Like Stardust, I could emit light from my hands. Except that light it was too dark and too turbid and sticky to be light, as if it were tainted. But it was clear. Clear, strong. It was a power of such magnitude that I could not have imagined. Even though my body was ruined after using it, the moment I unleashed that black light, I wiped out the angels in a matter of seconds. Why did I only get this ability now? My guess is that it was the influence of the sun god. As the sun god's proximity increased the power of Stardust, star against him, so did my power. However, since the total amount of my abilities was weak as a result, I wonder if something forced the reaction and caused this to happen. I can't use telekinesis and teleportation now because I feel like I'm paying with my life. The result was this confinement play. I sighed thinking about that. I guess I'll have to stay here for a while. Chapter 410, Post-Assault Highlights, Angel Raids continue. They have tapered off, but are currently on a steep upswing. Cooperation between the Association and Cathedral has increased, centered on the Countermeasures Center. It is believed that their combined efforts to stop the Angels and Cathedral's terrorism are the main reasons for this. Tens of thousands of underground shelters have been installed around the world. Angel death toll continues to decline. Total damage is being assessed and restoration efforts are underway. The public's faith in Stardust is strengthening. The Citizen Reassurance and Social Normalization Team will conduct public opinion and public relations centered on Stardust. Successfully captured the power of the sun god in a new substance called moon ore. Discussing future utilization and application methods. Phew, still in the hospital, I read the report that was sent to me from there and put it down with a sigh. It's been over a week since I've been stuck in a hospital room like this. I'm almost getting used to it as I'm doing all my work from here. Actually, I think I'm feeling better now, except for a little weakness. Well, the reason I was imprisoned was not because of my condition, but because of the condition I might come back in when I leave. You look like you're about to die. I am begging you to stay here. I didn't even know what else to say, and then my powers became weird, and I couldn't leave because one teleportation would cause me to vomit black blood, and I couldn't get out. And there was no one to stand up for me. I was stuck in the hospital room, dealing with everything. Haha, these guys are never ending. Let's see how far this goes, shall we? I almost said, I will destroy evil with a blazing purple flame. Phew, it's never ending. I wonder how long they'll go on. Kehahaha, I will show you the power of Saint Petrius the Death Knight. I sighed, looking at the holographic screens floating in front of me. I could see the status of each and every one of our members on the screens that floated in front of me in real time. One person per screen. Choi Si-hee, Seo Ya-young, Shin Ryong, Dazik, Yoonwoo, and even Seo Yoon, who was somehow working for the association, all of whom I can see in real time. Naturally, this was a system that Seo Yoon had organized. She gave each of them a drone to track them so that I could see them in real time through the drone's camera. I said I couldn't see what was going on with our members from the hospital room, so I convinced her that I should leave, but she gave me that saying, "You can see them in real time from here." No, being watched is better than me escaping confinement anyway. I put the mask down and turned off the holograms for a moment. Egoistic, what are you doing? The door creaked open, and Celeste, dressed in a white saint's habit, strode casually into the room. Is there no such thing as my privacy? Just relaxing, I guess. The world seems to be holding up pretty well these days. Celeste, the one who betrayed the sun god she'd devoted her life to for me. Something tells me she hasn't been in the mood to talk lately. In fact, she'd seemed a bit precarious lately. HMPH, yes, it's going well. She smiles faintly, flips her silver hair back, and sits down somewhat awkwardly in the chair next to where I'm sitting. I stare at Celeste for a moment. What are you looking at? Oh, I'm sorry. I wonder if she felt my gaze, and Celeste bluntly turned her head away with a slightly embarrassed voice. No, her eyes were closed, so I didn't notice. She was still a little cranky, but I knew it. I knew that the reason she'd lost her temper, cooperated so readily with the association, and created a giant protective barrier around the world was for my benefit. Even her vengeance against the sun god, after all, was something I had instilled in her. After what happened to the sun god, she became very dependent on me. She'd become unstable without me. More than that, as I thought of that, I noticed something strange. In fact, when I collapsed, Celeste was the one I was the most worried about after I woke up. But from what I've heard, it was Celeste who calmly reassured everyone that Egoistic would be fine, while everyone else was panicking about what could go wrong. And unlike now, when I was imprisoned by the Ego Stream and Stardust, who thought I was going to die before the sun god even arrived. Celeste, alone, said it was not necessary, as if she had some strange reason to believe I would be safe. I wonder what that is. Curious, I decided to ask her directly. Celeste, what is it? That time when I was down. I heard you reassured people by telling them that I was going to be okay. At my words, Celeste, still smiling and crossing her arms, turns her head away and then stiffens. Seeing that, I continued. That was very nice of you, but is there any reason why you thought that? And to my question, it's just that I thought you'd be okay. Why do you ask? Slightly flushed and embarrassed, she closed her eyes and told me firmly that it was nothing. I think there's something there. I'm not going to listen right now. I stared at Celeste for a moment, thinking about it, and then decided to think about it later. Now, I should probably get going. I looked at Celeste for a moment and thought about destroying the sun god's holy relic. The sun god's descent is just around the corner, so it's time to destroy them before it's too late. Especially now that the sun god's influence has grown stronger, and the holy objects are reacting, since I don't know what they'll do once the sun god has fully descended. However, I wonder why. I kept having this strange premonition that I shouldn't destroy them now, and that's why I put it off until now. But what the hell, if I don't destroy it now, the sun god will descend and everything will be ruined. It was time to do it now before it was too late. It's time for reason to trump emotion. With that, I turned my head and looked at Celeste, who was still wringing her hands, and made a decision. It's time to convince her to destroy the holy relic. Then, when I was down, you reassured everyone by saying that I was going to be okay, which was very nice of you, but is there any reason you thought that? Egoistic asked. At that, Celeste was taken aback. How can I say that? Because Celeste firmly believes that even if he falls down and doesn't wake up, he will wake up. And why she firmly believes that even now, he will be safe. A room of bricks in it, a silver-haired woman dressed in saintly robes was pinned to the wall by a man in a black hat. With her back to the wall, The silver-haired woman stares up at the man in front of her with golden eyes and opens her mouth to speak in a trembling voice. Wait, Egoistic, calm down, we can't do this here, okay? I don't think so, I can't take it. No, just calm down, okay? We can't do this here, wait. HMPH, it was because of the prophecy she had seen. The scene where she was being picked up, forcibly held, and kissed, the prophecy had convinced Celeste. Egoistic, until he kisses me like Thaith, will never ever die. Indeed. She and Egoistic will kiss someday, or, to put it another way, she meant that he wouldn't die until that kiss took place. Using the paradox of time, you can't kiss a dead man. That's why Celeste was so sure. Until the kiss was performed, there would be no danger to Egoistic. Of course, the prophecy was more of a future possibility than a 100 certainty. The oracle that made the prophecy had disappeared before the sun god's declaration, but she chose to believe it anyway because now she couldn't imagine life without Egoistic. She wouldn't admit it, but she'd been leaning heavily on Egoistic ever since the sun god incident. More like obsession and submission than dependence, actually. It was as if she'd switched her lifelong object of worship from sun god to Egoistic. Right now, she was in such a state of mental and physical weakness that she would do anything he commanded with a serious face, even die if he told her to. In other words, she was like a saint to him. Of course, she was twitching as much as she could to keep it from showing, but that's who she was. Celeste, why? I'm getting a little bored of this hospital room. Do you think we could go outside for a while? No, just this once, Celeste. Just go to the church, I have something to do there, okay? Just the two of us, no one else around. Just you and me, he said with a slight smile and a serious face, and she couldn't refuse. Chapter 411. I've traveled to many ruins with Celeste over the years. Part of it was to get to know her better, but there's another reason, to collect the sun god's relics. The sun god's relics are items of special power that the sun god placed in this world. The Knight of the Sun, whom I destroyed with stardust, or the wish granter who erased memories in exchange for wishes, but in addition to these, I collected a variety of other relics with Celeste. The sword Luxaria, which we first found together, the golem of wrath, and the ring of jealousy, Invidia, found beneath a giant statue of the sun god. The time has come to destroy these holy objects. And so, for such a reason, I was currently in Cathedral. A large space with white walls and soft light from stained glass there. In the slightly chilly room, I stretched out with my arms outstretched. "Oh, nice," I muttered, waving my arms and grinning from ear to ear. I've been cooped up in my hospital room for weeks now. I finally managed to convince Celeste to let me out of there under her power. I'm sure there's an alter ego of mine in my room right now, specially made for me by Celeste. I told her I couldn't talk much in my room because I had to work. I probably won't be found out until I get back. Anyway, seeing me stretching like that. You can thank me, but why are you so heavily armed? Celeste asked me. Black hat, mask, and cloak. Celeste asked me that question, seeing me so heavily armed on my way to Cathedral. I turned around, smiled wryly, and asked, Celeste, do you have the sun god's relics I gave you so far? What? Oh, of course I have them, she replied in astonishment at my question. As she muttered that, I twisted her silver hair slightly and said, with a smile still on my face, Then, could you please bring them to me? Why would I come dressed in full outfit? Because I want to smash the relics of the sun god. Knight of the Sun, Wish Granter, Holy Sword Luxaria, Golem of Fury, and Ring of Jealousy Invidia. The first two I've already destroyed, and now I had to deal with Celeste's remaining three. Their identities are, these are the sun god's devices for judging the 7 deadly sins. In Celeste's office, we were looking at the sword on the table, the ring, and the golem in the hollow behind it, and I explained to Celeste. The 7 deadly sins: sloth, greed, lust, wrath, envy, gluttony, pride. These were the devices the sun god had placed in the world beforehand to deal with the sins of men, commonly referred to as the 7 deadly sins. In the original story, they were all destroyed by stardust. Celeste muttered that with a despairing expression when she realized that even the sun god's relics were not gifts for humans, but rather tools to punish them. Here's what I've discovered about the relationship between sins and relics. Knight of the sun god, punisher of sloth, one you can never defeat if you don't know its attack pattern. Wish granter, the punisher of greed. If you ask for a great wish without knowing the subject matter, he will grant it with a twist and a price. Luxaria, holy sword, punisher of lust. The moment it is wielded, the sword automatically tracks down and eliminates those who have sexual urges toward its wielder. Golem, Punisher of Wrath. A creature that deflects and reflects back all that attacks it. Ring Invidia, Punisher of Jealousy. An entity that tempts the wearer to kill the object of their jealousy, and then, if they fulfill the bargain, kills the wearer in return and passes them on to the object of their wishes. These are the true identities of the sun god's holy objects. Bound together by malice, they were true weapons, and it is fitting that they should be destroyed before the sun god's descent. There was no telling what the sun god would do with them once he arrived, when they would be so strongly influenced by his power. The sun god might absorb the power of these objects and grow stronger. In the original story, these 5 beings were defeated before his descent. But the original, apparently, was the 7 deadly sins. There are only 5 holy relics, and the relics associated with the other 2 sins are nowhere to be seen. Well, the world setting suggests that the Catholic 7 deadly sins are derived from solar deities, so maybe it was the 5 deadly sins to begin with. Anyway, I needed to focus on destroying those 3 for now. With that thought, I turned to Celeste and said calmly, "Celeste, we need to take care of these." She replies in a small voice, uncomfortable with me saying that. Destroying these artifacts now would be the greatest betrayal of the sun god that Celeste will ever commit. It's one thing to disobey orders, it's another to destroy his relics. I stepped in front of her, clasped my hands together, and said, "Celeste, I know this is hard, but I'm asking you. I need you to destroy these holy objects. I'll be right here with you, just look at me, just this once, okay?" "Okay." In response to my persuasion, she replied with a small sigh. For her, a holy woman of the sun god, to be asked to destroy the sun god's holy object herself, she could have resented me, or rebuked me for being so cruel, but Celeste thankfully did not. And so I turned to her, clasped her hand once more, and said, "Then, let's go and break the sun god's holy relics." And so it was that we decided to smash the holy relics. Outside of the office, in the empty halls of the cathedral, we stood in the center of it, staring at the 3 holy relics. "I have a feeling something is up, so how do we destroy these?" she muttered as she looked at the holy relics. 3 holy relics on the floor, the sword of lust, the ring of jealousy, and the golem of rage. Celeste asks me what to do with them, and I reply calmly, "Just infuse them with a lot of sun power and they'll spontaneously combust and collapse on themselves." "I see." My simple explanation, just slam the power into it and destroy it. In fact, in the original, Stardust handled most of these with the power of the stars. It's probably the most standard tactic. Except the Fury Golem, in the original, Celeste infused it with so much power that it ran amok and exploded. So I could see that Celeste alone could destroy these holy objects. Of course, if she tries and it doesn't work, I'll have to ask Stardust to do it, or I'll have to take care of it myself, but there's a good chance she will. Plus, it would be better for Celeste's mental state to deal with them herself than for Stardust to destroy them. Anyway, Celeste stayed away from where they were placed, and I stayed close to them. If anything happened, I would use my black star power to subdue it. Hopefully, I won't have to use it anytime soon, and with that, I was all set. "Celeste, let's take care of this golem first." "Okay, Puu." With my words, Celeste shot a beam of light at the golem. The result. Ka. The golem's eyes glowed, accompanied by a bizarre mechanical sound, then it exploded in a burst of light, followed by a popping sound, and disappeared without a trace. Celeste didn't look too happy after destroying one of the holy relics, but she didn't seem to mind. "Good, let's keep going. One more, Celeste." "Okay." And so, one after the other, we destroyed the ring without too much trouble. Of course, the ring had a minor problem with a ghostly thing popping up in the middle which, much to Celeste's delight, vanished without a trace as soon as it appeared. "Phew, one more?" I muttered quietly to Celeste, who looked even more sullen after smashing the ring. Maybe I should be nicer to her after all this. The ring was precious. I feel very sorry for her. Anyway, that's what I was thinking, and since I haven't had any problems so far, I didn't think much of it as I broke the final holy object, Luxaria, the sword of lust. Quaching. The sword was shattered by Celeste's beam, but I was unable to react to the pink smoke that suddenly flowed out. And before I realized something was wrong, I had already inhaled the pink smoke. "Egostick, are you okay?" "Egostick?" I staggered back just like that. "Egostick!" Celeste rushed to Egostick's aid, seeing him staggering around after inhaling the strange pink smoke from the shattered holy relic. "Are you okay?" She cleared her throat of the strange pink smoke and ran to him, shaken and worried. And unlike Celeste's worries, Egoistic staggered for a moment, but then regained his composure and stood tall. Egoistic? Celeste. Ah, khhhh, I'm fine, he said as if nothing was wrong, but Celeste was already standing in front of him, worried. She was able to look him straight in the face. His face looked fine, except for a slight pinkish color. Celeste was wondering if he was really okay when she saw that. Hick! Celeste let out a new sound, one she hadn't realized she was making. Egoistic put his hand to the side of her face, gently stroking her cheek. I'm perfectly fine, Celeste. It's more than, Celeste was stunned by this sudden turn of events. It was the first time she had ever seen him make such a bold move. While she was embarrassed by her flushed cheeks, he whispered to her, his voice low enough to be heard. Celeste, you look even more beautiful today. What? No, thank you, but all of a sudden? While Celeste was bewildered by this bottomless barrage of affection, he pushed her a little further and pinned her against the wall. With her pinned against the wall, he gazes at her in wonder. Up close, he looks even more handsome than he did from afar. Wait, that's not it. What is it? What the hell is that? At this point, Celeste's face was deeply red and incredibly flustered, and then, suddenly, she realized something. Wait, a brick room. There, a silver-haired woman dressed in a saint's robe was pinned to the wall by a man in a black hat. With her back to the wall, the silver-haired woman stared up at the man in front of her with golden eyes and spoke in a trembling voice. Wait, Egoistic, calm down, we can't do this here, okay? I don't think so, I can't take it. No, just calm down, I like it, okay? We can't do this here, Wait, this is the scene from the prophecy. She was horrified. Chapter 412, what do I do? Inside the cathedral, pinned against the wall by Egoistic, her body touching his, Celeste's eyes flickered open. In the silence of the cathedral, with only the sound of each other's breathing, Celeste looked up to see him staring down at her. Pinned against the wall, she felt dizzy. His gaze burned into hers, and as she felt the strange heat of their bodies pressed against each other, and his arms pinned around her so that she couldn't escape, she realized, oh, this is it. This is the scene from the prophecy. No, with her body stuck to Egoistic like that, Celeste thought with a deep red face. I'm not ready for this, I'm not. Still. If I do this now, the insurance I was counting on. Until she kisses Egoistic, he won't die. That premise was the reason Celeste hadn't been too obsessed with keeping him safe, but it was about to be broken. No, I should say no, that's what she was thinking as she placed her hand on his chest. Celeste, she didn't realize it. The moment she decided to betray the sun god and follow him, that she could not refuse the words of Egoistic. Celeste, he whispered softly, brushing a strand of hair from her ear. Blushing deeply, Celeste could do nothing but close her eyes for a moment, blushing even more. The breath of Egoistic that she could feel, getting closer and closer. Gee, you're doing it now, aren't you? Yes, as prophesied, the key kiss? Her heart was nearly bursting at the thought. In the midst of the situation still, even in this situation, she managed to regain her composure and looked up at Egoistic, speaking in a shaky voice. Wait, Egoistic, calm down, we can't do this here, okay? Please, not here. But even as she spoke, Egoistic looked down and said firmly, I don't like it, I can't stand it. No, just calm down, I'm fine with it, okay? Just not here, And with those words, Celeste was gone. For a moment, the softness of her lips stopped me in my tracks. Celeste, the saint of the sun, who had spent her entire life serving only God. The first time she'd ever kissed a man. In the midst of it all, she nearly lost her mind. He held her so tightly that she couldn't escape, and he kissed her. The warmth of his body, the hardness of his body, the heat of his body almost made her lose her mind. Still, even with her heart beating like crazy, she tried her best to resist until the very end. Wait. Hey, she breathed into him again, her eyes tightly shut as she locked lips with Egoistic, thinking over and over. What to do. If this happens, the prophecy will be fulfilled, or so she thought. Then, as they kissed, Celeste realized. Oh, it's too late. The prophecy had already been fulfilled. There was nothing she could do now. The ship had sailed. So what are we going to do? I don't know, I'll just do what I want now. Eventually she gave up, wrapping her hands around his waist and focusing on kissing him. In effect, she was giving him her entire body. Kissing him, it felt so good. Then she wondered if he had read her mind. With her eyes closed, she kissed him. Suddenly, something invaded her mouth and she opened her eyes in surprise. It was the tongue of Egoistic entering her mouth. You're crazy, what a first kiss. She was so flustered by the realization. HMPH, yeah. Before she could do anything, the mouth invader had already begun to enter at will, as if it were his own home. Under the circumstances, even Celeste could only half forcibly sway with him. H, and just like that, she and Egostic kissed deeply from the beginning. She had been drinking his saliva without realizing it, and now her head was almost boiling with heat, paralyzing her reason. Every nerve in her body was centered on locking lips with him. She felt like an idiot who only knew how to kiss. Why, you're so good at it, HMPH. Mumpa. Ha 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 ha, and just like that, the kiss that seemed like a decade ended. Looking at the long, transparent thread between his mouth and hers, she couldn't help but blush again, breathing heavily. Well, is it over now? She was still breathing heavily, in the arms of Egostic, but she didn't know it was just beginning. H. Just as she was exhaling, Celeste let out a cute little squeal, startled by the feel of a breath on the nape of her neck. Hold still. At that, she closed her eyes tightly, unable to move. Seeing her like that, he began to kiss her neck. At the erotic sensation at the base of her neck, she jerked away. Her legs gave out, and she could only steady herself by wrapping her arms around his neck. She could only feel his breath on her neck as it gradually traveled down her throat, her entire body sensitized. Ha ha, it was the strangest sensation she'd ever felt in her life. She could do nothing but tremble, feeling as if she had been burned where Egostic's lips had touched her. Celeste had always been cold and mysterious, leading others with an air of mystery. Who would have thought that Celeste, who had lorded it over all the villains, who had always had the demeanor of an untouchable flower, would be here, in a man's arms, helpless and red-faced, giving her neck away? She shivered as if her entire body had become sensitive to the slightest breeze. HMPH! Finally, when he reached her collarbone, Egostic kissed her. Celeste couldn't help but raise her head, shiver, and let out a strange voice. HMPH? Leave it all to me, stay still. With watery eyes, she purred, hugging Egostic tightly. She's disoriented, not sure what she's doing, not sure where she's going. Celeste's head is spinning, and she squeezes her eyes shut. Thud. Suddenly, she felt something against her chest as someone's right hand was casually and gently grasping her breast. And with the other hand, she felt the garment slowly slide down her left shoulder. Instantly, Celeste's face turned redder than anyone in the world, and she jerked away, shoving Egostic away. Not there, no. Keck! And just like that, Egostic flew out. In the heat of the moment, Celeste thought to herself, no matter what, I can't do this, wait. Oh, did I forget to control my powers? Of course, by the time she got to that point, Egostic was already slammed into the wall and collapsed. Egostic! She scrambled to her feet and hurried to get dressed. Her legs shook on the way, but she managed to make it all the way. She found Egostic lying on the ground, dazed. Egostic, are you okay? Egostic? Ooh, Celeste. Celeste, startled, shook Egostic's body. He groaned and sat up. What the hell happened to my head? Sitting on the ground, he clutched his head, throbbing. Then he began to mumble as if he had an idea. I must have inhaled some of the pink smoke from the holy relic when I broke it, and it did something to me, Oh, egotistic, so you don't remember what just happened? She asked with concern in her voice, and he was silent for a moment. Then, after a long moment, he spoke. I don't really remember, haha. He turned his head away and muttered in an awkward voice. Yeah, that's good, haha. Hearing his words, Celeste hung her head low, her face flushed with embarrassment. Stupid egotistic. If you're going to lie, at least say it without blushing. The two remained in silence for a while, then awkwardly stood up and left, laughing haha, with a sense of distance that somehow, strangely, brought them closer. It was only a matter of days until the sun god's destruction. Stardust, a member of the Korean Association and the head of the task force, also known as the Hope of Mankind, she had her hands full. From dealing with angelic raids to the remaining villains to reassuring panicked citizens, she's always feeling uneasy at one time or another. And so, as the world came to an end, she kept busy, but now she was feeling a strange sensation. Wait, it was an uneasy feeling, but not the usual uneasy feeling. In the midst of these familiar feelings, she scratched her head, trying to figure out what it was. She had felt this uneasy gut feeling for no reason before. But apparently these feelings had all but disappeared since she'd been dating Egostic. That was all she could think of. Then she quietly got up from her seat. Perhaps she should go see him. Chapter 413. Hello, Egostic, how are you? Yeah, haha, Stardust, what brings you here? HMPH, do I need a reason to come see you? After my mishap with Celeste, I hurriedly sneaked back to the hospital. I barely sat back down on the bed before I was confronted by Stardust, who had entered the room. If I've been a minute later, I could have been in trouble. I sighed to myself. For some reason, Stardust, who was clearly smiling, seemed to be looking at me sharply. HMPH, she sighed softly, casually sat down next to me on my bed, facing me, and smiled. Egotistic you. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Haha, what out of the blue? I don't think I'm hiding anything from you, Stardust. No, she's noticing this. I replied as casually as I could, standing next to Stardust, sweating profusely. Yeah, there was definitely an accident earlier. And yes, I did kiss Celeste. But it was a very unavoidable accident. Who would have thought a holy relic could have such an effect? I didn't, for one. Anyway, if I were to tell the truth about this selfless accident, it would only lead to an unhappy ending for everyone, especially considering Stardust and Celeste's relationship. Yeah. Anyway, Stardust, behavior is probably all a conclusion based on that dreaded gut feeling with no direct evidence. So all I had to do was shamelessly push through. I thought to myself. Stardust, still smiling, bent her blonde head slightly. She tucked his blonde hair down slightly and leaned in closer to me. Looking up at me, she said, still smiling. Yeah, that is strange. I think you smell like another woman. I take back what I said about smiling. It was only her mouth that was smiling, but her eyes were looking at me coldly. And then it hit me. I realized now the seriousness of the situation. In less than a second, my brain started spinning at an insane speed. This is really ducked. I'm really ducked. At this rate, I'm not going to be able to convince Stardust with words. What if I confess to kissing Celeste? Of course it won't do any good to make excuses. It was a very bad thing to do, and it was sneaky. What should I do? What should I do? What can I do? What can I do? When all else fails, you have to confront them head on. Stardust no Haru. I grabbed Stardust and planted a kiss on her, a mindless kiss that cut off the flow of conversation. Stardust was taken aback for a moment. Still, I've done it so many times now that I'm used to it naturally. She closed her eyes and kissed me back. Just like that, the long kiss ended. Ha ha. She breathes out in a daze, looking up at me with her blonde hair hanging down and slightly flushed cheeks. As expected, she wasn't used to me making the first move. And so, looking at Stardust, I casually stroked her cheeks. I met Stardust's eyes and spoke as if stating the obvious. Haru, I told you, didn't I? I think of you all the time and I live for you. So don't worry too much. With that, I casually pulled Stardust into a hug. For me, you always come first, always have, always will, always. She is silent in my arms, but even without words, I can feel her warmth. Yeah. Her answer, small and embarrassed, finally relieved me. Phew. The crisis is over. I hugged Stardust tightly and glanced up at the CCTV above the hospital room. The CCTV that Celeste had manipulated with her powers before we left. I never thought it would be used for something like this. I was able to kiss Stardust with peace of mind. I sighed inwardly, thinking about that. I'm a piece of trash. It was one of those days when I had that thought. No, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I was an asshole, even objectively. Still, I didn't lie to her. I said she was the first in this world, but I didn't say she was. Let's stop here. The more excuses I make, the worse it seems. Anyway, swallowing the thought, I silently hugged Stardust and thought to myself. Yeah, because I'm a scumbag, I should be nice to Stardust. I thought silently to myself. I hadn't really been lying, not in the first place. I really had lived for her all this time, and I would die for her. Because when I was about to give up everything, she was the only thing that kept me going. She was my reason for living in this world. I just wanted to make her happy. For her, the light of my life, my goal in life, and that hasn't changed, even now that Stardust has fallen in love with me. In the end, my biggest goal now is to save this world for her, and to do that, it is time to make the final preparations. Stardust, I said with a smile as I pulled her into my arms, it is time for you to become the true hope of humanity. Good, you're ready, right? Yes, egoistic. Weeks passed, and finally I was allowed to come out for important things, and now I was making the final preparations to meet the sun god. I was preparing a special gift for him upon his arrival in this world. And so it was that the world's greatest minds were called together. This is it. A weapon dedicated to the sun god, the god-slaying moonlight cannon. I looked up at the massive laser cannon on an open field under a blue sky and marveled at it. The moment the sun god descended, we would surround him in a circle and bombard him all at once. The energy source behind these weapons was moonstones, forged with the blessing of the moon god. I have Yunwu to thank for that. I muttered to myself, looking at the large, shining, silvery stone. Moonstone, virtually identical to the fabled sage's stone, this substance has the power to contain any energy as a holy relic of the moon god, the god of knowledge. Stardust, can you put some power into this? In this stone. And I steadily channeled Stardust's stellar energy into this sage stone. In other words, her gathered power would simply bombard the sun god at the moment of his descent, weakening him from the start nastily. This is the great gift I have in store for the sun god. It was something only I could do, knowing exactly where he would descend. I've prepared this much, but I'm not sure I can beat him. Especially the original Stardust was able to defeat the sun god. Technically, she pushed the god to the limit of his power, bringing him to the brink of annihilation and forcing him to retreat of his own accord. Well, once he retreated, it would take him a really, really long time to regain his godhood and come back. It would take a ridiculously long time, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, I spent the rest of my time creating this god-slaying moonlight cannon. And so, with a month to go until doomsday, when people's anxiety reached a fever pitch, I immediately spread the information around the world. Breaking news, Stardust revealed to be the chosen savior of the god of the stars empowered to oppose the sun god. A new hope for humanity, revealing Stardust, true identity. Yes, that's right, I have met the god of the stars, and I have been commanded by her to save this world. I smiled at the thought of Stardust speaking like that, in public, in front of hundreds of people, looking so regal. It was no secret that Stardust was the sun god's arch-rival, and the world's only hope, but it had never been reported with such publicity before. My reason for withholding this information until now was simple. 1 month to go. That's when it will be most effective. Although the society was somehow rolling now, it was actually in a very unstable state. The day of destruction was coming, and the association hadn't told them how they were going to defeat the sun god. We held on for a month, and then we announced it just in time before people's anxiety exploded. Trust Stardust. She will save the world. Of course, the problem with this method is that people become so dependent on Stardust that it borders on religion. I, for one, see this as no bad thing. Fanatical aspirations burn very hot, and I think this energy will help people stay sane for the next month. You can't survive a D-Day count that could kill you without being insane. Breaking news? Stardust Fan CAF reaches 100 million members. CAF now supports 12 languages. Anyway, the announcement of this result, naturally, makes Stardust the one and only savior of the world. Almost every newspaper, news, cafe, community, etc. is talking about Stardust. But hey, it'll all die down in a month anyway. Official Egostic of Cathedral, he too is empowered by the star god, of course. I sneaked in a little bit of myself in between, but thankfully it didn't become a big deal. I clued them in that I only have it, not that I'm powerful. I focused all my publicity on Stardust, even going so far as to say that she'd take on the sun god alone. Mangastic is a god real savior. 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 Of course. Apart from that, my fan cave seemed to have a lot of interest after seeing 10 popular posts every time I refreshed. I stopped looking because I was scared. Anyway, time passed and finally the fateful day was just around the corner. Chapter 414, Time Flies, Descent of the Sun God, D-1. All right, is everyone ready? The Sun God Invasion Preparation Headquarters was bustling as ever. Employees busily shuffling papers, heroes and villains alike, each with a stern look on their faces as they gave instructions. Wow! Oh my God, tomorrow is the day we, the members of the Ego Stream, were watching from a distance. What they're doing now is having a final discussion with their neighbors about how to protect their countries against the Sun God. It didn't matter that Korea was going to be handled by us and the Korean Association, but they were double-checking their instructions one last time. All from the top down. On the day of the Sun God War, there is a high probability that all countries will be attacked by angels. And of course, it was I who gave those instructions as always, because it was said so in the texts and prophecies. Anyway, I smirked at Seo-yoon, who was looking at me with a blank stare, and put my hands on my head. Are you nervous? I'm not nervous. On the contrary, I'm excited that the time has finally come. It's not just tomorrow, Fufu, it's finally the day I get to use the finalized form of my arsenal, the Deus Breaker. Seo-yoon, who was obviously nervous, laughed and said that she wasn't, and Hyul also laughed. That's right, it's like how I feel a few days before the SAT if the SAT were today. I'm nervous, but I can't wait for it to be over. And that's what Hyul said. All of us, the members of Ego Stream, started to say one thing after another. Yeah, when those assholes get here, we're just going to destroy them. Choi Si-hee, her orange hair flying, fists raised, laughing hysterically. This is annoying, I just want it to be over. Seo Ya-young, with her hands in her hoodie, says with a relaxed expression, Kahahaha, finally I can send my friends in the afterlife. The Death Knight says as he slaps on his thick black armor. Ha, the clan's destiny at last. Even Shinryong, with her eyes closed, mumbles something. Really, the members of the Ego Stream were always reliable. I'll be with them until the end. When we first got together, I never thought this day would come. Just as I was thinking that someone took a step forward, looked at me and said, Doin, Subin. As always, Subin smiled warmly at me. Then, in a soothing voice, she said to me, We'll protect Korea, so don't worry, just do what you have to do. Do you understand? Thank you, Subin. As I replied, from up ahead, I heard a loud voice calling out to me. Egostick, you need to come in for a final inspection. Slowly, it was time to go. Have a good trip, okay? I nodded, listening to Subin's words full of affection and concern for me. This will be the last time I'll see the members of the Ego Stream before the Sun God War. Hopefully, we'll return safely and see everyone smiling. With that thought, I waved goodbye to everyone. Doin, you must come back safely. Doin. Have a good trip, don't die. HMPH Dawn, return safely. Dawn, you are a warrior I approve of. Return with honor and victory. No, one would think I was fighting. I smirked and waved my hand in acknowledgement, but just before I left. Doin! What? Subin stopped me for a moment as I was about to leave. Then near me, she whispered something quietly. When you're done and you're back, will you answer? Ah. After saying that, she smiled a wicked smile that was uncharacteristic of Subin. With a wave, she left with a wry smile. Goodbye, Doin. Haha. Yeah, I'll see you then. With those words, I walked away with the staff escorting me. Now let's go to the final battlefield, where the final battle will be fought. Somewhere in America, on an open plain, I stood atop a massive cliff with the wind blowing in my face. Yes, it looks like we're ready to go. Thank you, Egostick. With that, the agent scribbled something on a piece of paper and disappeared into thin air. I stood at the edge of the cliff, peering down cautiously. An expanse of orange grass, with a large circle in the center of it, with 6 giant divine moonlight cannons. That large space was where the battle with the sun god would take place. The control tower itself is farther away from here, in case of the aftermath of the battle, but it should be nearby. My hands itch. I shove them in my pockets and go over the plan one last time. Tomorrow, here's what's going to happen. First, the sun will rise highest here tomorrow, and at noon, the sun god will descend. Afterward, the sun god's armies will launch an all-out assault on the world. Here, Stardust will fight the sun god and win. She did in the original when she was much weaker than she is now. And so the sun god flees and the world is at peace. And then, I haven't told anyone yet. With the sun god's power severely weakened and his influence submerged, the abilities of the world's superhumans will gradually fade away. Though it will take decades before everyone's powers are completely gone still, it's better than everyone dying. Rather than a world like the original, where there are only a few people left to lose their abilities. That's what I was thinking when. Egostick, a familiar voice called me. At the words, I turned around with a smile. Stardust, what are you doing? Doing the final checks. Wearing the same red and blue suit she'd always worn from her early days as a hero to now. She had come to see me. As Stardust, Shinharu stood there looking at me with her blue eyes, I found myself asking her. Stardust, are you nervous? Nervous, of course. But she smiled wryly and said to me, But I'm not that nervous because I have you, Egostick, and I know it's going to work out no matter what. She says, rubbing her hands together. I looked at Stardust as she said that, somehow differently than usual. A hero who had just become a hero without fans, Stardust, an A-list hero, a hero who, aside from having blonde hair and being pretty, isn't really famous. In fact, she was criticized for not being able to protect people while taking taxpayer money. She's even been outed and threatened by everyone, and yet, despite that, she always put the citizens before herself. Even in the face of the most powerful enemies, she never crumbles. Even when everything around her disappears, she keeps going, gets back up, and protects the world. She is a true hero. I used to love reading about her in comics, maybe because I knew that such a character could not exist in real life. And even when, one day, suddenly, that world became real, when all was lost and I despaired, if there was one consolation was that Stardust had become real. When I lost my life and despaired, I made a decision. I will dedicate this life to Stardust. She's weak, she's reviled by everyone, but she's still running ahead like a fool, so instead of the thorny path of the original, I will lay down a path of flowers. Even if it means I have to be a villain, even if it takes my life to do it, and so, now, I've come this far. Stardust hasn't suffered any of the despair she should have. Instead of being reviled, she became the most popular hero in the country, and now she is the hope of mankind, the hope that the entire world depends on. I suppose that my role is over now. After dealing with Sun God, what will I do? My powers will be weakened and the villains will be fewer in number. I'll be free to travel with my fellow Ego Stream members. I'll be able to have serious conversations with Stardust and Haru and maybe even live with her. We can visit some of the vacation spots we've been too busy to visit, get to know Haru and the others. And I'll have to answer to the hearts of the Ego Stream members. Even though it seemed like a lot of work, I knew it would be the path to happiness. And now they could be happy without me. There was no more hesitation. Stardust, yes, I trust you. Tomorrow the Sun God or something else will smash them. Yeah. I smiled at her at the way she answered me so coolly, like it was a given. That's right. Now it was time to end it all. Another day passed with one last check. Finally, fateful day dawned. Chapter 415. The fateful day, half a year after the prophecy of doom was fulfilled, the day the gods were supposed to descend had finally arrived. All right, everyone, to your positions. Ops Center, United States, the top of the control tower, standing tall near the area where the Sun God was supposed to descend. With glass on all sides, the people assembled here sat nervously in their seats, watching the monitors, and at the front of the room, leading them all, was a man in a black hat and a white mask, Egostic. He stood in front of the window, giving orders with a calm expression, and beyond the window, at the edge of his gaze, a woman was standing alone on a plain of golden grass. The archenemy of the Sun God, the hope of mankind, the hero, Stardust. Stardust, it's about time. Are you all right? Thank you. Stardust answered briefly, her ears ringing with the echo of Egostic's words. A chilly breeze was felt on her arm through her suit. As she silently caressed her arms, around her 6 massive laser cannons stood steadfast, each aimed at a single location, and floating above them, drones with countless cameras. Specialized for combat, these drones were made of the hardest material in the world to withstand the aftermath of battle so that everyone could see the fight and cheer them on. With hundreds of spares flying alongside, in case of counterattack. Just like that, just before the fight. Whoa, Stardust breathed in quietly. On the silent plain, with only her blonde hair blowing quietly in the wind, Stardust was calm, cool, and collected, preparing for the battle ahead. Her first battle against a god, and in that state, for what seemed like an eternity, finally the time had come. 57 seconds, 58 seconds, 59 seconds, 12 o'clock. Now, finally, with that echo from the control tower, the sun was at its highest point, 12 o'clock. Finally, with a roar, the sky above the plains opened. Patchagic, Zizik, Zizik, Patchagic, a distorted black galaxy appeared in the blue sky, as if the world had gone awry and the sky had broken. The world warped as if another dimension had opened. At its center was a white light, like a giant pillar of light that fell straight down from the black galaxy onto the plain. Now, launch, with that sound echoing from the center of the control tower. Yeeing, all the divine killing moonlight cannons began to move towards the center, and the attack was immediate. Pow, 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 fubar rar 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 rar. It sounded like the world was exploding. A thick beam of yellow light shot toward where something white had fallen. In the aftermath of the accompanying roar, the flash of the sky turned black and white, and the gust of wind that followed. Stardust stood on the plain, facing the gusts of the attack that had come before, but did not take her eyes off the scene. An attack of immense power, surely, that would have blown any being away, but everyone felt it, instinctively, that the creature before them would never end up like this. At the center of the bombardment, the thick white smoke cleared. Kulk, kulk! Finally, through the smoke, a figure emerged. That's quite a welcome. It was an attack that must have taken all of their strength, and yet he hadn't been hurt at all. At last, the man who was supposed to be the sun god had appeared, and as he did, Stardust watched with a stony face. He had short silver hair that glowed white, was a man of androgynous appearance, sculpted and handsome, like a cartoon character. Dressed in an ancient garment of white cloth, but styled in such a way that it could pass for modern clothing. He immediately said, "Hello, you must be the one sent by the god of the stars." One of the three gods of the universe, the creator of this world. God of the sun, father of all the mighty. Helios, the god of creation. And just like that, his image was being broadcast to the world from a camera in the sky. The people in the control tower were muttering amongst themselves in a panic. No, if he's a god, why is he so ordinary? He's handsome, but that's the god we were afraid of. It was because he was so human. In the last half year since God's destruction was declared, the people who had already thought of God as some kind of giant monster in their minds, just ordinary, handsome, they were baffled by the fact that God looked like a human being. In fact, I was the only one still watching with a stony face. I raised my hand and told them to be quiet in a serious voice. If they were to be fooled by such an ordinary appearance, they would regret it. On the plains, toward the sun god, who appeared with a slight smile, Stardust opened her mouth with a stern face. "Are you the sun god? Yep, the one who warned you. Is this how you normally speak? Ha-ah. You're talking about when I told you I was going to kill you all. That's right, I was just trying to scare you. This is my normal way of speaking." Helios, the sun god, replies lightly, and Stardust swallowed hard as she watched. As expected, it was just as Egostic had told her. Like the god of stars, the sun god basically took on a human form, and contrary to her expectations, he was more relaxed. He hardly looked like the kind of god who would come to destroy this world. But standing right in front of him, she could feel it. Unlike his light-hearted demeanor, she could feel his power. Anyway, for now, we seem to be able to talk. Let's try talking to him. With that thought, Stardust opened his mouth. You, why in the world are you trying to destroy the world?" The sun god stood on the ground, barefoot, arms raised, looking up at the sky. After a moment, he lowered his arms, looked back at Stardust, and said with a slight smile, "Ah, is that what you're wondering? Did I tell you that you sinned back then? Never mind." With that, he turned to face her and opened his mouth. "The real reason is nothing, really. I created you with the same code from another world to test the power of my creation, and now I wanted to use that power to create another life. There's only a certain amount of power I can take back from you." As he said this, he looked up at the sky, still smiling, and said, "Well, that, star god, I didn't think Estus would disagree with me, but after that fight I guess it's become a bit of an emotional battle. Well, you guys wouldn't understand a thing if I told you." As he smiled and added, Stardust tried to say more. If she stalled, she could gather more information and maybe, just maybe, convince him. However, as if to betray her expectations. "Okay, that's enough, we're done talking, right? Enough with the reminiscing, we need to get on with our lives." With that, he snapped his fingers. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. At the same time, a vibration was felt in the ground, and an urgent voice came faintly from her earpiece. "Egostic, it is said that angels have appeared all over the world right now. We will immediately execute an apocalypse preparation operation." At the sight of that, Stardust's face stiffened. My child has betrayed me after all, I can't help it. I'll have to deal with this later. Hey there, Star God's daughter. Well, yes, what's your name? At that, Stardust chewed on his hero's name. Stardust. Stardust, Maybe you named yourself after her on purpose. Anyway, yeah, Stardust. My name is Helios, god of the sun. As he spoke, Helios rose into the sky, his silver form glowing behind him, and spoke. "Since you are my archenemy and sent by her, it is only fitting that I take you down first and finish the job." With those words, Stardust saw behind him, behind what appeared to be an ordinary human, he could see the silvery form of a giant. With the silver giant behind him, Helios said, with a slight smile, "I must commend you for thinking to confront me in human form now. I'll send you to your god." With those words, the deity charged at her. Stardust gritted her teeth and prepared to face the greatest enemy of her life. The final war was beginning at last. Chapter 416, The Final War 3, Chapter 416. The Final War 3, Sun God Combat Control Tower. In this tower, which stood tall on the far side of the plain where the battle between Stardust and the Sun God would take place, people were frantically moving around. "Yes, we will immediately send some reinforcements to the Mexico side, and South America will go to Plan C. Right now, the East Asian side and the American side are holding steady. The western line towards Europe is a bit strained right now, so I am sending in reinforcements from the east." That's right. The command center was busy trying to hold off the onslaught of angels that had coincided with the sun god's descent. Sure, it looked chaotic, but everyone was holding up better than expected. The general population had already fled to underground shelters around the world, and it didn't matter that the ground was a battlefield. And of course, the Republic of Korea, which was being defended by our friends in the ego stream, was also holding steady. Hey, all right, let's see the maximum output. Just looking at the image on the screen through my mask, I could see that Choi Si-hee, Seo-yoon, and Mr. Dzik were all holding their own. But the Angels' global attack was the same scale as in the original, and I thought they'd be a little weaker this time, since the Sun God had launched a surprise all-out assault last time. Maybe they reduced the power of the Sun God's body instead? Whatever it is, we're doing a good job of stopping it, which is the least of our worries right now. So naturally, after the dust settles, all we're interested in is, wow, it was the showdown between the Sun God and Stardust. The yellow and white lights and the roar of the battle from what must have been a great distance away were enough to give an idea of the scale of the battle. For the rest of the details of the battle, I had to rely on the video footage provided by the thousands of drones that remained standing, shattered and broken. And there I was, standing by the window, watching the battle between Stardust and the Sun God hologrammed before me. The battle has been going on for a few minutes now. Already, most people were looking on in admiration at Stardust, who, in her human form, was truly an equal against the gods. In truth, I knew that Stardust's body was imbued with star god power, so this was really a battle of god against god. After all, Stardust had defeated the Sun God in the original story. And the current Stardust, thanks to my efforts, she's even stronger than the original. In other words, this is a fight she can't lose. So, with a sigh of relief, but not without a sense of urgency, I watched the fight calmly. In this fight, there was no room for me to intervene. This was a battle of pure divine power versus divine power. And with that, I silently cheered inwardly. I watched the fight that would decide everything without batting an eye. In the sky, Stardust gritted her teeth and faced the Sun God. The scene was heavenly with holy light everywhere. In the center of it all, glowing golden, Stardust glared at Helios, the sun god, floating in the sky above. No change in expression, save for a slight smile, Helios simply floated in the sky and behind him. A huge, faceless silver giant, floating in the exact same pose as Helios. That was the manifestation of the godhead, moving like the body of the human Helios, clenching his fists and striking out in the same way that Helios clenched his fists. A manifestation of the godhead. Somehow, Stardust instinctively realized that. Gritting her teeth again, she clenched her golden fist. Stardust realized that, in the end, the giant floating behind the sun god was Helios himself, and she would have to break it to win. Well, it wasn't easy. Stardust narrowly parried the silver giant's attack with a cross of her golden arms, and then coughed up blood as her guts twisted. Even if Stardust was empowered by a god, her body was still a human body. Though the power of the stars had canceled out most of the attacks, he was still stronger than any foe she had ever faced. So for now, Stardust was practically forced to fend off Helios' attacks. While Stardust was bleeding from the mouth and blocking Helios' attacks, she thought to herself, "Can I win? Stardust, you can do it." Somehow the words of Egostic seemed to echo in her ears. Stardust forced herself to strengthen her unraveling legs. Yes. Surely, Egostic said, she could defeat the sun god. If she fell here, what would happen to him, her friends, this world, what would happen to them? The thought made Stardust's heart burn hot again, and her will to do so reignited the star power within her. Thump, quaa, quoo, pounding against her body the pure power of the sun god. And in response, pure energy created to counteract the power of the sun, the power of the stars began to surge in response as well. "I see you've given up," the sun god's calm voice said, and with that, he smiled bloodily before delivering his next blow. Ping hua 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 hua. With a golden glow of such immense brightness that the sun god's eyes glazed over. From Stardust, stellar power surged and flowed, and just like that, a moment later, the light faded. In the center of it all, Stardust floated in the sky, exhaling calmly. Cuckoo, 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 with a giant of gold glowing behind her. Now, is that fair? Stardust manifested her godhead. Quite persistent for a wormy human subject. The sun god Helios, who smiled and spoke venomously. "All right, let's see how far y'all go." With those words, he set the silver giant in motion once more, and in response, Stardust clenched her fist with the giant of her own stellar power. The mythical battle had finally begun, the prelude to a long, long battle that would last for hours. The creator of this world and the hero who would save it. The long, long battle was being shown to the world through countless cameras. It was a battle for the fate of everyone. Everyone was listening to the battle, either on a war TV or on the radio, as it unfolded, feeling the vibrations and attacks above the basement, which felt like an angelic assault. And in anxiety and tension, they listened to the progression of the battle for hours. What they had was, honey, yeah, really hopefully, they might win, that was hope, while everyone else was cheering them on invisibly. In the dozens of hours of battle, Stardust had seen it all. For the most part, she had been an equal match for the sun god since her godhead manifestation. Thud, thud, kugung, thud. Of course, there was a lot of getting hit and blown away. And not only that, beach haya. In the middle of the battle, she awakened once more and became even stronger. Just like that, 3 days passed. After 3 days and 3 nights of non-stop fighting without food or drink, the entire area around the battlefield was destroyed. And then it ended. Helios, you are defeated. Quatching. Quatch, ha ha ha, Stardust was victorious. At last, the godhead of Stardust had defeated the godhead of the sun god. The aftermath of the battle left a massive crater in its wake. In the center of it, the sun god knelt, his body partially split open and leaking light. Stardust walked toward him with a calm look in her eyes, and I watched the scene silently on the screen. I knew it, that's all I said. Behind me, the people in the control center went wild. Hooray! Ooh, did she win? HMPH, we survived. Stardust won. Hooray, Stardust, 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 Stardust. In the midst of all that mayhem, I looked out the window, smiling quietly to myself. Yes, I knew it was going to be like this. She beat him in the original, so why not now? Finally, it's over. It took her 3 days and 3 nights, and Stardust awakened 3 or 4 times during that time, but still. A battle pitting man against God is too good to be true. And now, finally, I Stardust and everyone can rest. Just as I was thinking that the confrontation between Stardust and the sun god was coming to an end. You, HMPH, yes. A child of the stars, HMPH. Really much stronger than I expected. You've gotten a lot of your god's power. Haha, this was not what I expected. He smiles a strange smile and says so in a cracked voice. And I, watching the whole thing in hologram, knew from the source material what would happen next. The sun god, now extremely weakened, would give up and flee, knowing that further fighting would cost him his life. Of course, in the original, he'd already exterminated almost all life, so he ran away without a second thought. Well, this time, hell run for his life. In the meantime, Stardust and the sun god continued to talk. Now what are you going to do? Haha, you're wondering, yes. As you can see, I have exhausted all my strength. If I fight any longer, my body will be finished, so I must give up. Again. The same line from the original. Seeing him like that, I felt relieved. No, I was relieved, until I heard his next unexpected line. But why should I, and then the moment, thump, 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 I listened to the sound of my heartbeat stronger than ever. That's when I realized that something was wrong. Chapter 417. The moment everything went wrong. Chapter 417. The moment everything went wrong. War of the Gods. A battle between the sun god and Stardust, the proxy of the star god, ended in Stardust's favor. Stardust, who awakened 3 times during the battle, finally defeated the sun god with the power of the stars, and the sun god, exhausted, fell into slumber. The battle was over and the story should have ended. Surely it should have. Why would I? Sun god was kneeling in a deep pit in the torn plains. Surely the battle should be over. Stardust had been relieved that it was all over when the god had fallen, and had spoken as if he would flee as he was, as Egostic had said. Even if she had awakened the godhead, her body was not unharmed. Now she could finally rest, she thought, until his next words when she felt an instinctive sense of danger. And in that moment the earth vibrated, while Stardust panicked in the face of it. HMPH. Suddenly, sun god Helios, who had clearly fallen, began to rise into the sky once more. White smoke billowed around him, and new, sticky, black smoke. Rising up through the black and white smoke, Helios began to mutter in a low voice. Yes, if I fight any longer, my body will be destroyed. No, I will surely cease to exist. What does that mean? Then, as a god, you are telling me to run away like this, even after suffering such humiliation from my own creation. No, no, the sun was setting, the orange sky glowing with twilight. The sun god, rising from beneath it, now shrouded in the smoke of black and white clouds, looked down upon Stardust with golden eyes. And Stardust looked up wide-eyed as if she couldn't believe her eyes. He smiled a wicked grin, then hardened his face and looked away, raising his head and waving a hand. In front of him, staring off into the distance. Children of the stars, you bastards, all my plans, all my holy relics. To see my daughter, my manifestation, my saint, all taken, all destroyed, I cannot forgive you. With a tremendous roar and a flash of light, the sun god unleashed his power. Stardust gritted her teeth and braced herself against the wind. The sun god was once again clothed in white, floating in the scarlet sky. Behind him, a grayish godhead giant stood high in the sky, a mixture of dreary silver and slimy black, as if risen from the dead. The sun god himself, bleeding black, as if he's letting go of everything, seemingly untouchable, yet clearly menacing, unknowable, exuding a different kind of menace that only a god can exert. As if closer to death than ever before. Humans, I declare here, the sun god for all the humans of the world to hear. In the voice of a god of a different order, a voice so different that some would lose their minds just hearing it. Even if my existence were to cease today, in this place I will kill you humans. I will kill you, all of you. With those words, a scythe black as the night sky, forged by a divine giant of silver and black, came into being. The sun god, risking his very existence, is single-minded in his quest to kill the humans. Then he looked down at Stardust before him. He spoke in a quiet voice so only she could hear. Child of the stars, I'll kill you first. Stardust clenched her fists, her face grim as she took in the murderous intent. Instinctively, she realized a single fact. Not in my power, she knew she could never defeat the god who had staked his life. A sunset, a twilight orange sky. Beneath that premier landscape, as if the world were coming to an end on a plain that stretched to the horizon, where a symphony of death could be heard, a hero stood, facing the living dead. Chiang Kwang 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 Chairong Kwang Kaya. Just a moment ago, the spot where Stardust was, the gray sun deity had closed the distance in an instant, unleashing 1,000 strikes in the space of a few seconds, as if cutting through space itself. In its place, the sky was now scarred with black galaxies, like a giant scar, as if the sky had been sliced open, but Stardust dodging was not the end of the story. Zee toward the place she had traveled to, the power of the sun, pure gray light, struck without pause. All the while, Stardust could barely dodge the blows, her blonde hair whipping around as she parried them with the power of the stars. It was an overwhelming disparity in power. In exchange for pouring his being into it, he gained enough power to nearly destroy the world at once only to finish off the one Stardust that had the power of stars. Under such a fierce attack from the evil sun god, Stardust rolled around in the sky, exhausted, even though it was only a matter of time. The gray power of the sun struck her again. The golden giant she had summoned with her godhead had used up most of its power defending her, leading a giant that glowed a dull golden color. Stardust gazed at the gray-enveloped sun god with clouded eyes, tasting the taste of blood in her mouth. What is wrong? In truth, there was nothing wrong. It was just that no one expected the sun god to come out like that, and her power was too weak. The only thing she could hear were the comms from the control tower. We're in trouble. It's raining gray light all over the world right now, And then, there was no more communication. Somehow, it feels like a dream. She hadn't expected things to go so wrong so badly. Stardust was just flying through the air, bleeding and struggling, or at least tried to take advantage of an opening. Haha, did you think that was possible? The sun god's light gesture blocked her attack. Of course, the sun god didn't look too good either. His silver hair had faded to gray, and his golden eyes were being consumed by blackness. But of course, he was far better than Stardust, who was already pushed to the limit. Right now, she felt like her insides were all twisted up, or maybe it was actually twisted. Kuluk. Red blood trickled from her mouth, the result of a poorly dodged attack. The god of creation, glowing grayish silver in the twilight no. Helios, the sun god, now the god of destruction, was relentless. He came in with the sole intention of killing the child of the stars. Stardust's godhead at the height of her power was completely shattered. With that, she crashed to the ground. She stood on the ground, wobbling on her legs, clutching her left arm, which seemed to be completely broken, and looking up, bleeding. Now it's over, child of the stars. The sun god was expressionless, his hands clasped together as he gathered the power of the sun to end it all, looking at him like that. This is it, the end? Stardust thought, blurry-eyed and breathing harshly. If she falls, that's fine, but if she dies, what will become of this world, of the association, of Doin, of all of them? She couldn't let herself fall. There were too many people to protect. No, Stardust reached out, her hands shaking with effort. She gathered the last of her strength into her hands in an inaudible prayer. Please, God, one last miracle. Go away, child of the stars. And then, just before the sun god's attack, she released the power in her hands, and in that moment, a tremendous glow spread out from her hand. Kung. Everything stopped, even the sun god, who seemed to be about to strike at any moment. The wind, which was blowing, the dust that was scattering, all of it. And just like that, in the graying of time, Stardust questioned, alone and weary, and then realized, time has stopped. Yes, it had. Face to face with the sun god himself, Stardust opening herself completely to the power of the stars. Time had stopped. What the? She froze, bewildered by the incomprehensible situation. Stardust quickly realized what was happening. The American ex machina, the time turner, the one with the power of the star god Stardust, recalled the information that Egostic had given her earlier. The god of the stars controls time, the god of the moon controls space. The sun god presides over existence. If so, that would explain why she had suddenly stopped time. If so, then now is the time, the opportunity. She realized instinctively that this was her first and last chance to strike a blow against the sun god. She didn't know exactly how long she could stop time, but somehow she could feel it in her gut that in a few minutes, this ability would be at its limit. So, before then, H. With that, she powered up her right hand, which floated in the air. The stars shone brighter than ever in her fist. With a concentration that made her eyes bleed, her lips clenched, she pushed the starlight to her limits to strike down the sun god with a single blow. Wait, Helios. With that, she gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and glared at Helios. There was a moment when the sun god's eyes seemed to move as he floated in the sky and stopped to look down. Then, in the next moment, his fingers twitched as if they had moved. Before she had time to do anything, the sun god roared. The next moment, black and white time shattered like a panel of glass, and the next, before Stardust could brace herself. A gray, solar-powered energy cannon blasted down at her. Stardust was caught off guard and sent flying. In the rush of time that followed, the sun god wiped his mouth and muttered to himself. 5 times over, you've surpassed your own powers and awakened the ability to control time. You're her daughter after all, but whatever. With nothing but hatred in her eyes, he summoned a gray scythe in his hand. Helios looked at Stardust, who was still on the ground in shock, and muttered quietly to himself. Now return to your mother's arms. And with those words, a massive gray energy cannon blasted toward her. Bang! Stardust stood there, helpless to move a finger, watching the massive, straight line of ore fly toward her, and thinking, oh, that's it. So this is it. This is where it all ends. In truth, even in death, she had no regrets about living, for she had done her best. But when she thought about it, she wondered what would happen to those left behind after she was gone. That was the only thing she worried about. It wasn't really a worry. Fear, anxiety, confusion, guilt, sadness, despair, all of them weighed heavily on her, and so, until the moment she left, she could only pray. Please. Now that the sun god's power is more exhausted than before because of her, please. May those who remain be able to defeat him. It wasn't the first time she'd been in a situation like this, where all hope seems lost. It's always been there, and in those situations, it was always him who came to her rescue. It was always him, Egostic. He's coming again. With a bitter smile, she thought that until the very end. Just before she closed her eyes to see the beam of destruction that came right in front of her suddenly, she jerked her eyes open. Wait, not this time. He shouldn't have come. He shouldn't be here, against something like that. And as soon as the thought was over, the next moment came. Suddenly, a jet-black light flashed in front of her eyes. With a loud crash, something blocked the silver beam of light as it flew towards her. She frowned for a moment, feeling her heart pound in her chest. When she opened her eyes again, trembling, what she saw was, Kuluk, hello, Stardust. Black blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Standing in front of her, facing straight ahead, surrounded by black light, was Egostic, blocking the god's attack with his entire body but with a hole in his body. Chapter 418, Where Did I Go Wrong? Why should I? I stood frozen in place in the control tower, listening to the sun god who should be gone. What are you talking about? If you keep fighting like this, your godhood will be destroyed. You should run away, but despite my thoughts. Kaya, what's going on? The tower is shaking. The sun god on the screen began to rise, his body engulfed in ominous black smoke, and so, despite the tremors that threatened to bring the control tower crashing down, I watched the new sun god with wide-open eyes. Next, the sun god speaks. I see. If I fight any longer, my body will be destroyed. Nay, my existence will cease. But why? Well, as a god, I was humiliated by my creation, and you expect me to run away? And through his words, I realized why the sun god, who was supposed to run away in the original, was acting like that. The current sun god was possessed by evil so much so that he's willing to risk his life, which he cherished so much, to destroy this world. And of course, the reason and you, the children of the stars. At that moment, I felt as if the sun god on the screen turned and locked eyes with me. To see all my plans, all my artifacts, my daughter, my manifestation, my saint, all taken, destroyed. I cannot forgive you. The sun god continued, and I finally realized what had happened. It was me. I had thwarted the sun god's plans, taken everything he had. I had prevented him from realizing any of his plans. Unlike the sun god in the original, who had already accomplished his goals and escaped with no regrets. Now he's just like a human with his pride wounded. I can see why. So what should I do? While I was thinking about that with a stiff face, things were moving quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sun god was covered in black smoke and turned into a grayish giant godhead. Today, in this place, you humans, all of you. The sun god's declaration echoes across the world. In response, the world began to experience strange phenomena. Something's wrong. It's raining gray all over the world. Koo-woo, koo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. Suddenly, ashen-colored rain rained down from the sky. This ominous rain began to fall on the entire planet, except for the place where the battle between the sun god and Stardust had resumed. Right now, even on the screens of the holographic members of my ego stream, seen through my mask. What is this, Achu? What is this? Wait, this is weird on the screen, Choi Si-hee, puzzled by the gray rain after the fight. While I'm watching them, there was a frenzy going on in the control tower. We're in trouble. The gray rain is causing the world to lose communications one by one. There are reports that the rain is weakening the abilities of those hit by it, melting electronics and corroding buildings as if it were an acidic substance. Communication with the heroes is mostly being cut off. What are we going to do about it? Just like that, the strange rain brought chaos. With the exception of the camera drones, which had been fortified with the most durable new materials, all other communications were disrupted. The confrontation between Stardust and the sun god, meanwhile, was raging on. We're in trouble. The tower is about to collapse from the shockwaves of the fight with the sun god over there. And now, even this place is about to fall. In the aftermath of chaos, I stood alone, silently looking out the window, staring at Stardust, who must be fighting somewhere out there in a flash of light. After a few moments of collecting my thoughts, I calmly, still looking out the window, ordered everyone for the first time since this happened. Everyone run away? What? That's my judgment as the field commander. There's nothing more we can do here anyway, so evacuate everyone. In that case, hey, this is an order from Egostic, everyone run. The person behind me shouted that loudly, and the people who had been in a state of confusion suddenly regained their senses and scrambled to prepare. In the aftermath of the fight between the sun god and Stardust, the walls of the tower crumbled, and the winds from above rushed in. Most of us evacuated quickly, and the last agent, who had evacuated everyone else, grabbed a table to keep it from blowing away and called out to me. Mr. Egostic, are you not evacuating? I have a job to do, you go first. But haha, I see, wrap it up quickly and come towards the association center. With those words, the last remaining agent of the control tower disappeared in a teleportation device. And with that, I was left standing alone in the crumbling tower. I closed my eyes and thought quietly to myself, this is my fault, no matter what. My fault for believing in the original, for not realizing that the sun god would sacrifice his own life to destroy this world. Even though there were already precursors to the great angelic assault, I ignored them and thought it would be the same as the original. But even if I had, what would have changed? After all, the sun god is willing to grit his teeth and destroy this world. What more could we, mere mortals, have done to prepare for it? In the end, it was an inevitable disaster, even if we knew it. No, cough. Out there, alone, watching Stardust fight for the fate of the world, I realized something. The god of the stars, the one who would protect this world with everything she had, hadn't expected the sun god to come out like that. Indeed. Could she have been so unprepared, trusting only Stardust? Thrill, thump, thump, pound, pound, nope. Apparently she'd taken out one more insurance policy just in case, and it was me, an empty tower there. I stood alone and muttered. My heart and intuition, which had begun to beat since the sun god awakened instead of fleeing. The power of my black star, unleashed in anticipation of the final battle, and the ominous, sticky black energy that came from the sun god as he gave his life to draw on his power. Through it all I learned what the power of the black star that I had belatedly awakened was. Ha! With that, I raised my hand, and a black, sticky light enveloped my hand. This is the essence of divine power, the last remnants of the star god's own power, the most powerful power that can be harnessed in exchange for life force. Perhaps in a moment of crisis, the star god gave me this power to use to end the sun god. If I use this power, I will surely die. Ha ha! The original me wouldn't even consider it. Above all, I was at an age where I valued my life and I was the furthest thing from a sacrifice. But now, ugh, ha ha ha, duck. These mother-ducking angels are coming. How long are they going to be here? No, what's this rain, Mr. Dzik? Give up and just retreat? I thought quietly, okay, well, we're all going to die if I don't do anything here anyway. And now there are so many people I care about. If I can make them all happy with my life, maybe that's the true meaning of my coming to this world. I thought about that and then, because I decided that this life I will live for Stardust. Until the end, I will protect my hero. Just like that, the moment I made up my mind, I quickly acted. Are all the cameras on? I must put on one last show. I did so and began to use the power of the black star in both hands as a shield. Kyuluk! Again, I felt my whole body twist in pain. Gradually, I began to draw out more and more of the sticky black power. Then silently, I waited for the perfect moment. If my plan is correct when the sun god strikes, that's when I'll have the best chance of success. So you're her daughter after all. Never mind. Now return to your mother's arms. Finally, there was a fallen Stardust on the screen and the sun god was about to strike at her. Heh! I prepared myself. I felt my whole body twist, black light spilled out, and I smiled. I teleported in front of her, and just like that, my vision changed. The very next moment. Kyuluk, ha, ha, my stomach is a little hot. Under an orange sunset, torn by black galaxies all around, the ground crumbling, the sun god rising in overwhelming force, surrounded by gray smoke. I entered the battle, blocking the sun god's attacks with my entire body with black blood dripping from the corner of my mouth. I blocked the barrage of energy waves, surrounding myself with black power. I turned to Stardust behind me and said, "Hello, Stardust." Chapter 419, it's been a long time coming. Finally, here we are. Black, I stand alone on the crumbled ground, beneath the half-destroyed battlefield. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do, I clench my teeth, shielding my entire body from the rays of the sun god's divine power as they pour into my body. The sticky black power rising from beneath my feet prevented the rays of the sun that had already pierced my body from going any further. Stained with black power, bleeding the same color, I grit my teeth and look up at the sun god, who continues to fire energy cannons in this direction. I somehow manage to hold on to my feet as they keep trying to push me away, my darkened hands clutching at the beam piercing my gut. Up there in the orange sky, the sun god is dressed in white, his silver hair flowing. He looked at me with a frown at my sudden intrusion, and then, still using energy waves, he grinned in amusement and shouted at me in a maniacal voice. Ha ha ha. Ha ha no, who is this? Aren't you one of those damned star apostles? Ha ha ha. Kyuluk ha ha ha, hello, I'm Egostic. Yeah, I know you well. You're the one who thwarted all my plans, aren't you? He smiles and says that. But there was something about his smile that sent shivers down my spine. There was no amusement in it, only pure hatred. In the first place, no wonder he's still laughing at me, trying to kill me with a solar death beam. Regardless of my blasphemous thoughts, the sun god still seemed amused. Yes, I was going to kill you right after this. Thank you for coming early, child of the stars. As you wish, then. With that, he clenched his hand, still extended toward me, into a fist and said, Die, Pakwa. KKKKK, wee. With a tremendous blast of light, the sun's destructive rays pierced through my body harder and harder. I was knocked back by it again and again, but I managed to block it all the same, using the black energy that still enveloped my body. It was a tremendous festival of light as my black power clashed with his gray power. That's when my mouth was bleeding, my ears were ringing, and my vision was blurring. From behind me, in a cracked voice, "Egostic, my stop," a voice that sounded like it was about to collapse, but it was watery. I just smirked weakly and turned to Stardust, who had collapsed behind me and was trying to get up somehow. "Worry you, ha, don't worry, Stardust. I have a plan," I thought to myself. Soon, I tenaciously caught the energy cannons that were still being fired. I turned to the sun god in front of me, who was still looking at me with a slightly puzzled expression as I fell and took the brunt of his destructive rays. Still maintaining my smile, black blood flowing from the corner of my mouth, I spoke. "Hey, sun god Kuluk Helios, whatever you. Haha, so you've finally gone crazy, huh? Yeah, I'm crazy, but Kool-Aid, you. Why do you think I've hung in there all this time, survived this long? Because of you. I've got you, Kulk, I went through all the trouble to get you off this world. Asshole. You talk a lot, so what are you going to do?" He frowned at my words as I continued to fend off the attacks. I looked at the sun god. The corners of his mouth twitched upward, and he spoke through gritted teeth. "What the hell? I'm done with you, and I'm going to get you out of here with my own hands." As soon as I uttered those words, I grabbed the sun god's ray cannon I was blocking with my hand and began to apply force to it. In an instant, black, slimy stalks entwined with the beam. Of course. At the same time, I could feel my life force being rapidly sucked out of me into this black starlight. But I was already prepared. I was no longer afraid. Ha. What the hell? The bizarre black stalks of starlight were riding on the beams of pure solar energy that the sun god was shooting at me. He was so startled by the black spider web-like things that were fiercely pursuing him that he pulled away from the sun's rays, but it was already too late. Those black auras, like a giant black spider's web with prey in its trap, surrounded the sun god completely, like some kind of divine spirit that would never let him go. "What the let go of me, you damned ghosts of the past." It had now completely given up on attacking me, and was now concentrating on tearing off the power of the black star that had stuck to its body. Meanwhile, I continue to grit my teeth, pouring all of my body's strength into the black star's power. When I reached the final battlefield, I finally awakened the third power. I continued to pour the power of the black star into my opponent, attacking him with my life. I, Helios, the creator of heaven and earth, the ruler of the entire universe, would fall to the power of a dead god like this. As much as I was desperately attacking, he was somehow trying to shake off the black powers surrounding him with words that could not be believed to be from a god, but he was creating explosions. As it went on, I could see the power visibly draining away. Finally, you dare, 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 you creatures care, keep I will. Do you think this world is going to be okay just because I don't touch it? You're going to you guys self-destruct, damn goddamn it. You're really going to annihilate me, finally a deep darkness burrowed into the sun god's body, while white light burst forth from his body like a flashbang on the verge of explosion. Finally, the sun god realized that he was doomed. He looked neither at me nor at Stardust, who had defeated him. Dazed, he looked up at the sky, where the sun was beginning to set. In his final moments, he muttered these words quietly. "Sidus, why?" And just like that, with an explosion of light so great that the world went white, the creator of this world, the sun god, disappeared in a burst of light. At last, the long battle with the sun god was over. Finally, the entire original story has been fulfilled, and the final enemy has been defeated. So and now, it's over. Ha quack carer. I knelt on the battle-scarred ground, and within moments I vomited up a mouthful of black blood. As if I'd vomited all the blood in my body. Haha, damn it. I don't think there's any more blood left in my stomach. HMPH, egostic, no egostic. Egostic? I finally came to my senses when I was about to collapse, after all the black blood was drained from my body. Behind me, I feel someone close behind me. I felt my head touch somewhere fluffy. Ha, Stardust, no, egostic no, leaning against somewhere, probably her body. I opened my barely closing eyes to see Stardust staring at me in disbelief with tears in her eyes. Yeah, perhaps she can feel it with her sixth sense. I'm beyond saving now. My body is already on the verge of annihilation, as I've already given everything I have to channeling the power of the stars to the last. That's why she has that look on her face. Haha, Kuluk. No, don't say it, HMPH, no. No, 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 the sun is now fully set, the sky barely holding on to its orange glow. On the half-buried plain, feeling the cool night air, I look up at Stardust, who stares down at me, feeling the life slowly drain out of me. Come to think of it, I've been in a similar situation before. Stardust had collapsed and I had picked her up and told her it was okay. I think it was during the train attack right after the first one. Yeah, Stardust, you did good. You saved everyone's lives in a way that I never would have imagined. I really didn't see that coming. You win. I'm going to leave now so you can get some rest. Haha, how many years ago was that? I lay in Stardust arms in a daze, thinking such thoughts in my fading consciousness. I looked up at the setting sky and thought of the years that had passed. Almost 10 years since I fell into this world. And yet, here I am. I've saved Stardust and the world and defeated the final boss. When I was asked if I had a good life in this world, I felt skeptical. Having already been forced into this world by the gods and having all but given up on life. My favorite Stardust. I'd run all this way for her, not for a world I wasn't even born into. But still along the way. Seoyun, Subin, Hayul, Cha-yun, Lee Seola, Choi Sihi, Yunwoo, Seo Yayung, Death Knight, Ariel, Katana, Lee Zio Feng, Atlas, Celeste, and many more. And Manga Stick, Manga Stick, Manga Stick, Manga Stick, Manga Stick. Hawell laughing in vain at the people who, for some reason, like me too much. Because of them, in the end, I couldn't deny that I became attached to this world. By the time I thought of that, I could see, through the half-shattered mask, the members of my ego stream floating off to one side. Wow. Finally, the damn rain stops. We won, didn't we? We won, didn't we? Yay, where's Dylan? Let's celebrate. Choi Si-hee rejoices in pure joy that the invasion is finally over since the sun god is gone. It's hard to see through the nearly broken and crackling screen, but thankfully, they haven't heard from me yet. The rest of the screens were broken, but I could see Seo-yoon's screen. Ha 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 ha, finally. Are you watching? Are you watching? Wait. She's rejoicing inside, then suddenly realizes what she's seeing and her face turns grim. Dylan. No, 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 Dylan, wait, what is this? And as she quickly looks away, she makes eye contact with the camera that is filming her. Finally, the screen shut off completely. You guys, you'll be fine without me, you'll be fine without me, right? Yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine, most of all they have each other. They'll support and comfort each other and they'll soon forget about me. Yeah, I'm sure they will, they're all young. So our ego stream is okay? Yeah, I keep rolling my eyes, I haven't even said goodbye yet. Haha, no, where were we? Okay. And most importantly, haha, Stardust, my hero, my arch nemesis. She was the goal of my life. Stardust, Shin Haru, because of her I've come this far. Because of her I can live a fulfilling life in another world. No, please, why him, no, don't give me that look. Even if I'm gone, the girl I know, the girl who's been through all the crises and despair. The girl who's made it through, I'm sure she'll be able to get back up and live happily ever after. Yes, I'm sure she will. I could leave without regret now. Maybe, this would be my last. For I was the one who knew everything in this world. I could see that there was no way I could ever come back. That this is truly, truly my last goodbye. No, Stardust Haru. I was going to say these last words, but I don't think it's going to work. I stare at Haru's increasingly blurred face. I said my last words to her, me last, inaudible words to her. Stardust, please. Until the end, be happy. Haha, to be able to walk away from the arms of the one person I love the most, really. Blessings. With that thought, I laid down completely. Egotistic? No, Durin HMPH, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Please, please, if you go like this, I can't. Durin. I closed my eyes. Chapter 420, I'm Durin, just a normal, everywhere college student. And here I was, facing the biggest crisis of my 20-year life. Wait, so a room of pure white, white everywhere. There, I stood with my head in my hands in front of a mysterious blonde woman dressed in a white robe that could only have been worn in ancient Greece. To recap, this is the world of the manga I've been reading, Stardust, and you want me to save it? Yep, to summarize, yes. Ha, I see. The woman said that to me with such a warm voice I just sighed in disbelief. Until yesterday, I was lying in my dorm room, sleeping through a normal day. And then I woke up and found myself lying in this strange space. And this is what I was told by this beautiful woman who approached me. This world is the world of the hero manga I read, Stardust. This woman is Star God, to be precise. I have scattered the story of this world in various forms in other worlds for those who will save it. Apparently, the manga I read in the first place is a true story. and it was simply created by the star god to find a savior in another world. It was packaged and scattered all over the world in the form of manga, movies, anime, novels, etc., and the most suitable savior was found in the other world. Why is that me? It's me. It was all so ridiculous. Me, I'm just a normal college student you see everywhere. I'm just going through the motions, living a normal life. What the hell am I? There are many people who are better experts on this manga than me. Even the way I got into this manga was because a fellow manga fan recommended it to me, and for the most mundane of reasons. The heroine was pretty. She stopped reading it because the plot became too exhausting, but I stuck with it. Anyway, that's not the point. No matter how much I think about it, I don't think it's for me and I don't want to do it. I immediately refused. Reincarnation in another world, my junior seemed to like that stuff. I hated it. I mean, I haven't even finished enjoying the current world yet. What about my parents and friends? Even he stopped talking about it after he joined our club and got to know me. What's it like in Stardust? Isn't it a crazy world where villains go on a rampage every day and people die, and in the end, everyone dies except the main character? I don't know how I could survive here as a normal person. That's what I said. The star god shook her head with a sad smile. I'm sorry, but I can't return you to your world. What? Well, technically, there's no way to return you. It's a one-way street, but there is no way to return you to your original world. Hearing that, my face went completely blank. What? I can't go back. So you kidnap a person, throw them into this crazy world, and now I'm supposed to save it on my own. Without any powers? I'll give you powers, teleportation, telekinesis, 2 powers. With some risk, of course. With that, the self-proclaimed star god's next words were a blur. Telekinesis and teleportation are also abilities that are hard to survive with, given the broken power balance in the latter half of the game, and even worse, the more you use them, the shorter your physical lifespan will be. To summarize, you kidnap a perfectly good person to a dying world without their consent, give them no way back, and give them knowledge of the future and abilities that eat away at their lifespan. They're supposed to save this world from destruction on their own. After hearing those words, I finally had enough and exploded. No, are you kidding me? What are you doing? I'm sorry, but this is the only way to do it. As I stiffened and spoke in anger, she explained with an apologetic look on her face. Actually, this world was destroyed once, just as you read in the story. But I, the god of time, used all my power to rewind the world's time once, and I knew that the power of this world alone would not be enough to stop Helios, the god of creation. I had no choice but to create an external variable in another world. So this is my last chance. Because of that, I don't have the power to give you something better, but please. No, then you'll just have to find someone else you don't like. Why kidnap a well-to-do person too? Kuluk, I'm sorry, but I don't have much time. Please remember what I told you and save the world. It's my child. Why would I want your child? Wait, hey. You're crazy. Just like that, the star god's words ended as my vision faded. I was forced into this world. I lost everything I had built up to this point and became a nameless character in a cartoon world. That was my beginning in this goddamn world. Just like that. After Egostic left, Star God watched wordlessly, then slumped back in his seat and began coughing. Kulk, kulk, black blood dripped from her mouth. Wiping it away, the Star God muttered to herself. Yeah, still Duin will be fine. Actually, he just didn't know that there was a lie in what Star God said. She said the original story really happened, and this is the second world she's traveled back in time to. Actually, this was the third world because Duin had already failed once. Wake up, you. Quickly, sis, do it. I can't do anything with Miss Strength. Kilukdo. Even without me, please, where did he go wrong? He had tried his best, but in the end, he had failed. Therefore, she risked her existence to turn back time once more to save this world, this time for good. Even though, unlike the last time, her power was not enough. Her abilities, unlike the last time, were much lower. She could only give him things that were dangerous. Even to stay alive long enough to talk to him, she couldn't say much more. It was for the best, her best. In truth, she knew how selfish she had been to Doin, how unworthy of him. And from what she'd learned in the last installment, she knew that his sacrifice, his embrace of her power, was indispensable to saving the world. Maybe that's why she didn't say that. Senior, HMPH, no, are you okay? Ah, no. Why? Wake up, senior, senior, senior. In fact, he had already died in the original world. She just deliberately erased his memories. In fact, she may as well have given him another life, but she didn't bother to mention that. Because, according to the last installment, it was better to blame her for thinking he was alive and well and had been kidnapped than to be depressed over his own death. Of course, his depression won't go away for a while. Still, he's doing. He's a good person, after all. She, the goddess of the stars, has spent countless years searching the world, and he is a hero worthy of this world. Even if he does have a bit of a problem with women so much so that he's seduced her own daughter. But he was the only one who could win over people, convince them to come together and unite the world. Especially since he was already dead, it was easy to bring him to this world. I'm not sure if there's an administrator of that world, but I could just take his soul without negotiating. I see, but still, it didn't work last time. Helios is clearly awakened, unlike the first time. She realized that the only thing that could stand against him was the power of her abyss. She had sacrificed her own existence to give him her powers, and now, with the aftermath of the massive time regression, she had lost virtually all of her powers and was reduced to nothing but her thoughts. The only way was to turn back time so that he would forget even the sun god was to start from the beginning. Duin, please save this world. With that thought, she closed her eyes to keep her sanity, at least until her daughter came back for her. 2 years have passed since I fell into this damned world. Ah, shoot! Life, duck, broad daylight, an alley. I was there, holding a bottle of soju, staggering alone down the corner alley with a red face. It's been 2 years since the mad god kidnapped me and threw me into this world. Homesick, longing for my parents, thinking of friends I missed to be precise, a crazy god threw me into 21st century South Korea with no ID and superpowers. I had a really hard time. I had no place to sleep, so I slept under a bridge. I rolled with it and used my knowledge of the original to figure out how to get a fake identity and make money. But then, a crippling depression hit me, and I didn't want to do anything. Shoot, what the hell am I supposed to do with teleportation that makes me puke when I move and telekinesis that makes my guts out? What the hell am I going to do about the Han Yun group, the Moonlight Church, the Great Jailbreak, the Sun God attack? What am I going to do to stop it? I've been taking classes in college. I'm just waiting for the day I die. I was practically living on the edge of death. I don't have much motivation, and I don't see what's so beautiful about this damn world. I didn't even want to see the original characters. They all sucked. Life. That's when I was walking down the street thinking about it. Suddenly, the wall of the alley next to me exploded. Cuck, with the recoil, I immediately hit the other wall and collapsed. The sake bottle shattered, blood flowing from my head, and my limbs were broken in at least a few places. When I was groaning ahead of me, I heard a hissing sound. Carer! I opened my eyes to the strange sound and saw a green-skinned reptilian human. It was the A-class villain, Reptile. Haha, I've read the original so many times it pops right out at me. A maniac whose main food source is humans. He shook his head and clucked his tongue, then smiled at me as I fell to the ground, and then ran at me as fast as he could. I closed my eyes, smiled bloodily, and bowed my head. Yeah, duck saving the world. I guess I'm just destined to die without seeing the end of the world and being captured by a roadside extra villain. I'm not sorry, it's just funny. Yeah, let's just die now. What's the point of living? That's when I closed my eyes and gave up without even teleporting. Coo-woo-woo-woo. Suddenly, I heard the roar again, and I realized that it was the scream of a monster. What is it? At that thought, I raised my head. Standing there was a beautiful woman in a suit with flowing blonde hair. The woman I knew better than anyone. My favorite character in fiction, until I fell into this world, the heroine of this world, Stardust, stood before me. I watched her faintly, through the blood rushing to my eyes. Ah yes, by now she should have made her debut as a novice hero. Perhaps she was an A-class hero by this time. As I idly thought about that, Stardust, who had been standing there with a nervous look on her face, turned toward Reptile, who had flown away from her attack and was now flying away from her. Wait, Before she saw me, slumped against the wall. Hey, are you okay? She rushed over to me. She was still a rookie hero, unlike the seasoned, always tired version of herself. Clumsy, more innocent. I shook my head and opened my mouth to speak. I can't move, but that's okay. Shouldn't you go after that villain first? What? Oh no, people come first, and if you can't move, I can fly you to the nearest hospital. Even though she never saw me before, her genuine concern for me, her desire to help in any way she could. I thought to myself, I'm sure she's right. I did. That's why I liked her. I liked her because she was selfless in a way that I don't see in the real world. While I was thinking that, I came to his senses, shook my head once more and said, No, I'm not that hurt, but I'm going to call the association. I'd like you to take down that villain first, because I'm sure there'll be more casualties if you let him go, and I'm perfectly fine. Okay, then if anything happens, please shout loudly. Haha, okay. Okay. Then I'll go first? With those words, she flew off, glancing back at me. I bowed my head again with a forced smile, and then I realized that was the first smile I'd ever smiled since I fell into this world. Haha, yeah. In this world, Stardust is real. As I stared at that, I thought to myself, if this is real, if this is the future where everything I saw in the original story will come true, that means Stardust, who seemed so innocent and good, will continue to suffer. I don't really want to see that. Ha! Yeah, maybe you only live once. I was going to die anyway, not for the god of the damned stars. For her, who is infinitely good, it wouldn't hurt to give it a shot. For her, who was once my favorite. For a world where good people can be happy. For this life, it wouldn't be so bad to live for Stardust. I used to think that. It was the first goal I had in this world. Chapter 421, Tales of Those Left Behind. Chapter 421, Tales of Those Left Behind. The war is over. The sun god, who had proclaimed the destruction of mankind, finally turned to light and vanished, and the procession of other angels that had filled the sky naturally evaporated. Mankind had fought against the gods and won. At last there was peace on earth. All the angels are gone, and the sun god who bestowed his power is dead, so the superpowers of superheroes and villains alike have begun to weaken. The world is gradually returning to normal. Of course. However, the world did not immediately return to a festive mood. There were many sacrifices made and many cities destroyed in the war with the angels. For the world watched, huddled in shelters, breathlessly watching the heroes save humanity. And how one of those heroes met his end. Ha ha. Stardust, no please HMPH, no the ruined land of twilight there, a woman sobbing and clutching a man. The man who gave his body to defeat the god. The Korean villain who spearheaded the war against the sun god, Egostic. Soon after, he sacrificed himself and saved the world. He breathed his last. Another hero who faced the gods, turned to black ash in Stardust's arms and flew away. And so the war ended. Of course, at the end of a war, heroes are born. It is more effective to make heroes out of the dead than the living. Egostic Dain would be remembered by the entire world for his sacrifice for the world. With that, after the world had stabilized and settled down a bit, the mourning procession for him was overwhelming. On a happy note, we have some sad news. During the battle with the gods, our country's S-class villain, Egostic, who led this war on behalf of Cathedral and fought for the world to the end, was killed. Our broadcast is dedicated to honoring him, a national hero who, despite being a villain, never took a life. We will continue with a special feature covering the life story of Egostic, who died after saving the country with everyone's support and finally saving the world. Up next, the International Association of Heroes has recognized Egostic as an S-class hero. Given his life's work and his heroic end, there is no reason to call him anything less than a hero, the organization said. Egostic was a villain, but a hero nonetheless. The association will always remember him as a hero, explaining the reasoning behind giving him the title of hero. Thus, he was jokingly referred to as a hero in public, and would eventually be called a hero posthumously. In addition to this, everyone who was close to him and knew him expressed their condolences. Katana of Japan, Li Xiaofeng of China, Atlas of the Atlantic, Heiken of Germany, Isabelle of France, Korean Hero Association President Park Jun-ho, Shadow Walker, and a class hero, and all the heroes of the Yuseong Group PMC. Some of them were said to have reacted in disbelief to the news of his death, and were said to have had a fever. Especially, don't be ridiculous, 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 don't be ridiculous. Is this a dream? 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 I'm just ducking sober because I am ducking sober. How does this make sense? Let's save him, you crazy bastards. It's really ducked up. What are you doing? Why are you killing our mango because he's happy now? What a ducking world. Did anyone else gasp at the moment of Egostic collapse? It just went black. Don't duck with me. My mango can't die from that shoot. He's going to come back to life like Jesus in 3 days. I am sure of it. Do something you're not supposed to do at a funeral, freak everyone out, resurrect now, the Fankei-like community that was the biggest supporter and follower of Egostic it went crazy. Hundreds of posts were posted every few seconds, making it impossible to function. Most of these posts were about disbelief in Egostic's death, lamenting the world, or suggesting that there was a way to resurrect him, making it impossible to have a normal conversation. In such a situation eventually, people realized that something was amiss. It turns out, those who were closest to him in life, the members of the villainous alliance he founded, the Ego Stream and the hero Stardust who watched over him on his deathbed, Celeste, the head of his organization, Cathedral, Lee Ciola, the chairwoman of Yuseong Group, who worked with the task force, they were all gone. Unbeknownst to everyone, they were all gathered in the living room of the large mansion of Egostic. Holy shoot, what the hell is going on? With tears in her eyes, Choi Si-hee is shaking Stardust to the ground. And as she does, Stardust can only stare blankly, tears streaming down her face. After the incident, all of them, unknowingly, gathered at the former home of Egostic in search of something, anything. Haha, you're lying, aren't you? Do-in died, it doesn't make sense. Seo Yi-young, who always wore a puzzled expression, was also muttering as she sat on the couch with her head hanging down, dead-eyed. What can I do, HMPH? Duh, Uncle Death Knight is gone too, what? Mr. Death Knight? Yeah, he was contracted by Do-in and was released by the ring's seal, HMPH. Do-in died, so he got trapped in the seal again, HMPH. Ah. Yoon-woo is sobbing while holding the ring with trembling hands, and Lee Ha-yeol is looking at her in dismay. That meant that the Death Knight was sealed again, which meant that Do-in was dead with no chance of coming back to life. No Do-in, no Lee Subin, who had always led them calmly, had already lost her composure and collapsed. It's because of me, HMPH, it's because of me. Beside her, Celeste was also chewing her nails alone, muttering unintelligible words with reddened eyes. And at the kitchen table, Lee Ciola was drinking several bottles of wine that she had taken from somewhere without saying a word. They were all broken, like dolls with a broken thread. Actually, they weren't particularly conscious of it. These were all people who had been very much kept alive by Egostic, both physically and mentally. After all, it was he who had saved and given them their lives. They couldn't imagine life without him, so, when it was clear that he was indeed dead, leaving no body behind, they all fell apart to the point where life no longer had meaning. And in the moment they did, "What are you all doing?" There was one who spoke to them. Her hair was white, and her eyes were just as red as everyone else's, but she still stood on the ground, shouting at everyone. Seo Yoon began to speak, albeit in a muffled voice. "Is this all I have to do, cry? Do-in is coming back. Well, what should we do? We have to find a way to save him. He must have left something for this kind of situation. You've never been to Do-in's room, have you?" Saying that, she wiped her eyes with the sleeve of her hoodie. Han Seo-yoon turned to everyone with a determined expression. First, search Do-in's room, and so they did. A few minutes later, they were gathered in Do-in's room. Soon, they really found something. "Look, I found something here." Really? Do-in had once written down the original knowledge he knew. It was created so that those who remained could save the world after his death. It was the Ego Stream Emergency Response Manual, which was supposed to be unsealed after the death of Egostic. Look at it now. And they quickly gathered around the desk and began flipping through it. As it turned out, there was quite a bit of information, but most of it was written in the event of the death of the Egostic himself during the main story. He'd written down what the rest of them should do if he died during the Moonlight Gate, what the rest of them should do if he died during the Great Jailbreak, a manual designed to help the rest of them live in a world without him. However, they weren't interested in that right now. They were already done with the last sun god. In the first place, they weren't interested in a world without him. So quickly, they flipped through the pages. And finally, they found something. "I found it, sis, I found it." "What, really?" "How to Raise the Dead." The manual did indeed contain information on how to bring the dead back to life. That sentence, written in the handwriting of Egostic. Filled with hope at the sight of those words, they began to read the pages with trembling hands. Only then, they found something strange. First, how to save Stardust. If Stardust is dead, it means the story is completely out of the mainstream. Stardust is the hero who will save the world, so she must be revived. Here's how to bring her back to life first. Stardust is a consecration to the star god, so her physical body would have been destroyed upon her death. This would have caused a ripple in the timeline. Second, how to revive the moon maiden Baek Yoon-woo. If Baek Yoon-woo is dead, it is likely that only her body has been destroyed and her soul has gone to the moon god. However, if you wish to bring her back to life, you will need a magic circle strong enough to communicate with the moon god. The first ingredient is a substance called lunar ore third. How to bring Celeste back to life. Since Celeste is dedicated to the sun god, there must be a way to save her. I don't know exactly how, but the following 3 methods are likely. First, use the sun god's holy items, that's right. The only texts on how to bring the dead back to life only mention Stardust, Yunwu, and Celeste, 3 special cases of devotion to the gods. And nowhere did it say anything about Egostic himself. Thereupon, with a pounding uneasiness in their hearts, they turned the pages impatiently. And there, at the end, there at last, was the story they had been looking for. It was different from the others, as if Egostic was speaking before their eyes in colloquial form. If I die, if I am dead. Maybe the fact that you're reading this book in the first place means I am dead, haha. I don't know how the hell I died, but whatever, it was a worthy death, I hope. Anyway, I'll tell you the story. First, I should start by talking about the afterlife. There are souls in this world, which means there's an afterlife. Yes, there's a real place where people go when they die. And the moon god is in charge of this afterlife. Except the problem is, the underworld itself was built a very long time ago. As far as I know, the moon god is in charge, but he has no control over the details. Especially, no matter how you enter the underworld. It's impossible to find a specific soul because all the souls of all the people who have died so far are gathered in one place. Even if the body is made by a god, finding a soul would be harder than finding a specific grain of sand on the beach. And I don't know if I've mentioned this, but I am from another world, so I don't even know if my soul is in this world in the first place, haha. So you get it. It's impossible to bring me back to life. So, forget about me. You guys move on with your lives. You have that power. Lean on each other, okay? I believe in the power you have. Although, of course, it would be better if you guys didn't read this forever. Haha. Okay. After you defeat the sun god, I want you to burn this book and move on with your lives because that's what I want. Can you grant my wish? I am counting on it. Thenya. Bye. And with that, Egostic finished writing. In the room, there was a heavy silence. Suddenly, they realized that it was impossible for him to return. That's when the overwhelming despair hit them all. No. At the desk came a quiet, watery voice. I can do it. Seo Yoon. Here, HMPH. He said there's an afterlife and he went there, hell have a soul, so in front of the desk. There, with her hands curled into fists, Han Seo Yoon, red-eyed, in front of everyone who was despairing, opened her mouth. No matter how many years or decades pass, even if hundreds of years pass. We just need to find Dane's soul, and even if he's gone to another world, we can go to the other world and bring him back. With those words, Han Seo Yoon slammed the desk in front of her. Then, looking at everyone, she declared with a glint in her eye, we can find him again. The words were full of conviction. Chapter 422. A Conversation with God. Chapter 422. A conversation with God. 3 months have passed since the war and the death of Egostic. Bring him back to life, 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 bring him back to life. How come there's no mango and the world hasn't ended yet? How come there's no mango and the world hasn't ended yet? Why is there no mango and the world hasn't ended? Mango Revitalizer. Day 95 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 Mango Revitalizer. Day 95. If you just live because you can't die, then you're a beach. If you just live because you can't die, then you're a beach. If you just live because you can't die, then you're a beach. I also cried today while watching Egostic biography video. Semi-depressed. But I am pretty sure a mango would come back alive. Bring back the true hero, Mango. The reason why mangoes don't die following Egostic. Because I know Mango will come back someday. So, come back. I am having a hard time while the people of South Korea still haven't forgotten him and are still clamoring for his return. The world is moving on without him. Stardust is named a certified hero leader by the International Association to lead heroes around the world. Celeste emphasizes the association's ongoing collaboration with Cathedral in the late Egostics, honorizing the distinction between heroes and villains, and moving toward a mutually beneficial relationship. Yuseong Group soars to the top of the world's corporate market capitalization. Yuseong Group chairman Lee Seola, who has taken over the Korean system, is out to eat the world. Even those who were once close to Egoistic have rejoined society and have begun to actively participate. They're all heroes who saved the world with him, so they've gotten a lot of attention and influence. Except for some reason, they've been keeping a low profile outside of public appearances. But it's not a big deal because everyone seems to understand that they're just dealing with the shock of losing someone close to them. Though no one knew why they'd prevented him from having a funeral, all of them unexpectedly. In fact, they were all together doing something. The biggest thing, the thing that made everything else seem unimportant to them. Seo-yoon, what happened? Oh, Haru. The basement of the Ego Stream mansion, in the center of it all was a giant mechanical device. It's a device that looks like something out of a science fiction movie, reaching all the way to the ceiling of a giant underground cavity. It was the quantum spacetime line continuous observation and destruction device, the invention of the century that Han Seo-yoon had spent the last 3 months developing without sleep. That's right, the device that Han Seo-yoon had created for Egoistic's resurrection. She turned around with a small smile, her face tired from lack of sleep, and took the coffee Stardust offered her. Thank you. Seo-yoon sipped her coffee in silence. Stardust calmly walked over to the others, standing next to the seated Seo-yoon. How's the day going? Haha, it's about to start HMPH. I wonder if we'll succeed. Stardust. Lee Subin, Seo Yayoung, Shinryong, Choi Si-hee, Lee Seola, Celeste, and others, all of them were standing at the glass window, gathered together. They greeted Stardust. They had just arrived with small smiles, and Stardust nodded as she walked in, too. The last 3 months, when everyone had come together in a single-minded effort to bring back Egoistic, have been enough to bring Stardust, Celeste, and the rest of the Ego Stream closer together. They all shared the same pain and worked together toward the same goal. In the first place, they had no choice but to rely on each other, even if they were once enemies. It happened naturally, as they stayed together in the same place with the sole intention of reviving Egoistic, and learned more about each other through constant conversation. Stardust know Haru, too. You're actually a nice person in the end. Stardust was a good person who lived with the sole intention of saving people. Everyone else was actually good at heart, too, and after a few weeks, the misunderstandings were cleared up. At night, they would gather around, shedding tears and telling each other their stories. I was actually in a relationship with Do-in. What? Of course, along the way, Stardust confessed that she and Egoistic had been in a relationship, which caused a bit of a stir but nothing too violent. Whatever the case, the important thing now was to bring him back to life. Over the next 3 months, they did a lot of work to come up with a concrete plan to bring him back to life. So, in what way does the physical body? I don't think so. From what Do-in has written here, if you go back in time, even the sun god I found an ancient book, and if you look at it, hundreds of conversations, endless meetings, how to revive Egoistic. We can do this. Finally found a way. The first part of that plan was to meet with the moon god and ask him to open the way to the afterlife, and the preparations to do so were finally complete. Yoonwoo, are you ready? Yes. The giant quantum spacetime machine, where everyone had gathered beyond the glass window where Stardust and the others were standing. A large magic circle was drawn on the floor in front of the machinery. Baek Yoonwoo, dressed in a white shrine maiden's robe, her black hair flowing. She sat there, silent, eyes closed. The purpose of this magic circle is to access the space of the moon god. In order to create it, everyone had to pull out all the stops, gathering knowledge and tools in every way possible, following the words of Egoistic. The magic circle was very complex, requiring the processing of a material called lunar ore, and information was scarce. However, under the leadership of the Moonlight Maiden, Yoonwoo, the magic circle was finally created. The person to meet with the moon god was, of course, Baek Yoonwoo. After all, she was the daughter of the moon god. According to Egoistic, unlike the manifestation of a god who simply gives his power to his children and calls them his children, she was, in fact, a true manifestation of the moon god, once sent down from heaven for the benefit of humans. But she was sealed away after the war between the sun god and the star god, and after so many years, the seal was broken at the hands of the lunar cultists, who took her memory. In other words, the one who has the greatest chance of convincing the moon god in the end is Yoonwoo. Are you ready? Yes. Start. Just like that. With Seo-yoon's words echoing from the speakers, finally, the machine started up. The quantum machine's magic power was fed into the magic circle through the circuitry. From the magic circle on the floor, a purple light flashed, and Yoonwoo felt her vision change before her eyes. Finally, when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in a pure white space. My daughter. She looked up, and standing in front of her with long black hair, she could make out a man dressed in white silk with red eyes just like hers. A man with a familiar air was smiling bitterly at her. Yunwoo quietly opened her mouth to speak to him. Father. The moon god and his daughter meet again after thousands of years. Meeting with the moon god. Yunwoo spoke with him of things she hadn't spoken to him in years. And then she cut straight to the chase. Why can't we? Daughter, it's too dangerous. Yunwoo was questioning the moon god with watery eyes. The moon god looked at her with sad eyes and continued to speak calmly. In the first place, even though I don't know the current state of the underworld, and I am not even sure if the souls there are intact, especially with how many of them there are, how will we find him? Moreover, as he spoke, the moon god sighed, taking a step backward. Dylan, he's a soul from another world, so we can't be sure if he's there or not, and under the circumstances, I can't give you directions to the other side where you could be trapped forever if you misbehave. I am sorry, Dad. At those words, Yunwoo looked at her father with tears in her eyes. So should I just give up? Dad, do you know how hard it was for me being captured by that strange cult, being used as a puppet with all my memories gone? When I was ordered to kill people, do you have any idea how hard it was for me? I just wanted to die then. I didn't want to live anymore. But what did you do then? You didn't do anything. You just watched. Then do you know who helped me then? It was him. Thanks to him, I was able to escape and live. I don't blame him, but it's not how people are supposed to be. After all the grace I've been given, I can't sit and do nothing. Dad, please, what? Baek Yunwoo appealed to her father with tears in her eyes. I see. She heard the answer she wanted. I'll tell you how to get there. But be careful. Back in the basement of the Ego Stream Manor, they waited anxiously for Yunwoo when the magic circle disappeared with a glow. Soon, the magic circle shone again with a bright light, and when Yunwoo returned, they hurried to her. What happened? They asked cautiously. Yunwoo sat silently with her eyes closed. Soon, she calmly sat up and opened her eyes and smiled for the first time since Egostick's death. I knew it. Their plan to resurrect Egostick was one step closer to success. Chapter 423. Somewhere beyond. Chapter 423. Somewhere beyond. Hello, this is Egostick, Stardust. You can do it. With this, the debt is paid. Stardust. Didn't I always tell you you're the only hero I have? I understand, and I will never leave you again. I will always be by your side if that is what you want. Kuluk, 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 ha 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 ha, SS, Stardust, please be happy till the end. Shinharu opened her eyes on the bed, burying her face in the pillowcase. Her eyes were watery. Wiping away the tears that had fallen as she slept, Stardust sat up, her blonde hair hanging down. For the last 3 months since Egostick's death, she was always like this. She couldn't sleep properly. She'd lie down and think of him. When she dreamed, she saw him. It had become a habit to wake up red-eyed, always without sleep. She missed Egostick. She couldn't believe he was gone, couldn't accept it. She couldn't go on with her life without him. So, Shivrion, including her, decided to bring him back even if it took everything she had. And finally, the moment had come when it would pay off. Finally, today was the day. Yes, I can do this. When he comes back, I'll see him again. With that resolve, Stardust opened the door and left. The place she was currently staying was a room in the mansion of Egostick, a room that had been given to her by the members of the Ego Stream. As she stepped out into the hallway, "Ah, sister." Han Seoyun greeted her in her pajamas, red-eyed from crying in her sleep. Seeing her like that, Stardust smiled bitterly and greeted her. Han Seoyun. Stardust hadn't known much about Han Seoyun until now, other than that she was a hacker under the umbrella of Egostick. Recently, Shed gotten to know her well, living with her. She's a tic-tac-toe on the outside, but she's got a heart of gold on the inside. And she, too, she relied on Egostick as much as she did. They had known each other since childhood. That's why Han Seoyun was the one who suffered the most, so much so that I've slept with her. In my dreams, I always see you in my dreams, Shed say in the early hours of the morning, and Stardust would wipe away her tears and comfort her. In fact, the situation was similar for everyone else. So she could tell, living with them all, how much they all relied Egostick and how broken they are without him. She knew she had to get him back unconditionally, and finally today came. Seoyun, are you ready? Yes. In a few minutes, we'll all wash up and get ready. After answering Stardust's question with a determined expression, Seoyun said yes. And with that, she started walking. A few moments later, everyone was gathered in the conference room. There, Seoyun stood in front of a blackboard and declared, Today we are going to the other side. The time had come. Bringing Egostic back to life. It didn't make sense to resurrect someone who was already dead, and of course it had never happened. However, their persistence succeeded in forcing them to formulate a plan for the resurrection of Egostic. And it began with a small discovery. That's strange. After the destruction of the sun god, everyone's powers are gradually diminishing. Celeste realized that her powers weren't diminishing, but rather growing stronger, and it wasn't just her, it was Stardust as well. Even if Yunwu is not weakened, because her power is not related to the sun god, why is Stardust power growing stronger? To solve that question, they searched through the information left by Egostic and the ancient texts. In doing so, they were able to come to one conclusion. Perhaps, with the death of a god, the godhead is being passed on to their successor. That's right. The power of the entire godhead was being transferred to the one who had the largest share of the godhead, though they didn't know how this would play out or what direction it would take. Apart from that, Celeste, who had taken over the godhead, revealed a fact. For some reason, I can sense the presence of those with the power of the sun around me. That's right, the presence of those with the power of the sun god. Perhaps it was the ability of those with the greatest share of the godhead to sense the divided power. It was the same for Stardust, who seems to have inherited the godhead of the stars. Surely a soul with the power of the stars could be felt in the underworld? When that fact was revealed, the atmosphere became hopeful. Of course, Haru, it's still going to be hard. While looking at the paper, Haru said that with a somber expression. For one thing, the underworld will gather all the souls that have ever lived in the world. Among them, obviously, there must also be those who have already died, who died with the power of the stars in ancient times. There were even a few more that Celeste knew of, including Ex Machina. In the underworld, then, which must be vast, how do you sift through all those souls and find each one with the power of the stars? At that question, Stardust replied, unconcerned. Well, see, I'll try then, and I can't say I'm afraid. If there was any chance of saving Egostic, I had to try anything. Still, it wasn't all bad. I asked my father. Yunwu met with the moon god. After learning how to get to the other side, she had time to ask a few more questions. What she found out. The underworld is a space I created. There is no concept of time there. Perhaps even if you return to reality after being there, time will not have passed. That is, time in the underworld does not share time with time in reality. This means that it doesn't matter how long you spend exploring. Of course, it wasn't all good news. And the moon god said the star god probably gave him more power and disappeared in the process of blocking the sun god. The story is that the star god disappeared after exhausting all her power. However, this was something Stardust had expected, so it was less of a shock. If the star god had never been destroyed in the first place, Stardust would not have continued to grow in power. Anyway, the plan for their Egostic resurrection went something like this. Travel to the underworld, use Stardust powers to find Egostic. Amplify his godhead with the power of Stardust, and summon him to this world in the form of a descent. And finally, after finding out how to go to the underworld, Atlas, Katana, Association, etc., after secretly helping those who knew what they were doing, all preparations were completed. The time had finally come. On top of a giant magic circle, all the members of the Ego Stream stood with determined faces. All right, you've heard the plan, right? We're all going to enter the underworld in a few minutes. In front of the magic circle, Lee Subin was reading the documents. The magic circle to the underworld was created by Yunwu after receiving the plans from the moon god. Everyone, except for a few who were waiting for the order, were standing on the magic circle, waiting for the next moment. For we do not know what lies beyond. For now, all who are capable will go together to prepare for any possible danger. All right. You all have the rocks I gave you, and if you break them with your hands, you will return to reality. Just before leaving, Seo Yoon was also giving them a final briefing. In their hands was a moonstone with a small magic circle. It was the key to returning to this world, containing the power of Yunwu. Remember, the magic circle to the other world utilizes the magic power of this world to the extreme, so you only have one chance to activate it. Once you return to this world, you can never go back. It was also something that Stardust would never use until the very end, until she found Egostic. And so it was. Let's go. Stardust nodded, still in his suit. Sigh. Baek Yunwu sat down in front of the magic circle and energized it. The magic circle began to activate on an unprecedented scale, and with a stomach-churning sensation, everyone's eyes were turned upside down. Kiluk, Kiluk. Is everyone okay? Ah, this is the place, haha. Moon magic is not easy. Then this is with a chilling feeling the group, including Stardust, realized that they had arrived somewhere in what appeared to be an empty cave. Upon arrival, they checked their bodies and realized that they didn't feel very different. Their clothes were the same as they had been wearing. Except somehow they felt lighter. According to the moon god, they must have all arrived in spirit. Let's go. With that, everyone calmed down and decided to walk forward. After walking for a long time, they finally reached the end of the cave. Wow! They finally reached the top of the cliff, and what lay beneath the cliff was overwhelming. It was a wide-open plain that stretched to the horizon. Under the black sky, on such an open plain, countless people were standing, filling the plain. And they stretched out in all directions, on such a scale that it was impossible to tell how far they went. All of them are spirits. Looking at the scene, Lee Subin muttered. Choi Si-hee looked at the scenery with her eyes and said, there doesn't seem to be much danger, but it would take thousands of years to search through all those things. Stardust, do you feel anything? At Choi Si-hee's words, Stardust stood on the cliff with her eyes closed. I can feel it. Stardust said calmly. The others looked at her nervously, then quickly turned to her with excitement. Really, really. You can feel him, Stardust. Is it real? Where can you feel it? At their reactions, Stardust slowly opened her eyes, shook her head, and said, I can feel it, but there are so many of them, and I don't even know who exactly is egoistic, but Stardust clenched her fists as she looked out over the horizon. Surely he's around here somewhere. We'll find him, I am sure. Even if it takes hundreds or thousands of years, we'll find Dylan. Stardust was sure of it. Chapter 424. If we could meet again, Chapter 424. If we could meet again, the underworld, where the sky remains pitch black, with only one small star shining lonely beside the moon. Stardust continued to walk there with an emotionless expression. Around her, the other transparent spirits continued to sit languidly. Walking the paths of the Great Canyon, not even glancing at them, Stardust followed her intuition, wandering the underworld again today. It had been a long time since she had arrived here. A long, long time. She couldn't even remember how long she'd been here now. Ugh. Stardust, I'm sorry, please find Dylan. A long time ago, even the members of the ego stream who had accompanied her for some time, but were not godlike like her, eventually reached their physical limits and left. Since then, Stardust has wandered the underworld alone, searching for one person and one person only. Dylan, the man she cherished above all others, the man who possessed the power of the stars like herself. Thus, Stardust, who had gained the ability to detect those with the power of the stars, continued to follow her intuition today. She was wandering the underworld in the direction she sensed a soul with star power. Of course. Every time she arrived with hope. HMPH, child, who are you? It's just that she didn't meet the people she expected. These spirits, the most complete form of themselves before death, have distinct characteristics that set them apart from humans. Aside from their transparent bodies, they are here without all of their desires, unlike when they lived on Earth. As such, most of the spirits simply stood or sat on the ground with a languid expression, having forgotten all desire. No pain, no resentment, just looking peaceful. The few that were active were only occasionally engaged in conversation with the soul next to them. Most remained seated or standing, unmoving, except in the rarest of cases. And there were times when she paled at the sight, wondering what if Dylan was like that too and didn't want to go back. For now, it was all pointless worry. In the first place, finding Egoistic seemed like a long shot. It had been a long time. In that time, she had encountered so many different stellar powers. There were thousands and thousands of them in this vast netherworld, one after another, each separated by ridiculous distances, over and over again. They were all different personalities. Most were the children of Star God who loved humans. Most of them were good heroes who saved humanity in their lifetime. HMPH, you're looking for me, child. It's been a while since I've seen a child of the stars like you. That's how she met them. At first, Stardust was disappointed that they weren't an Egoistic and quickly flew on to her next target. After 100, some of the spirits of the stars, seeing her weary expression, spoke to her first, and most of them would speak with her. So you want to find your loved one? I hope you do. Y'all find them. She hadn't found Egoistic in all these years despite their cheerfulness. No matter where she went, wherever she felt the power of the stars, he was not there. She had even met someone who wasn't Egoistic but still recognized her face. You, a Western man with blonde hair like most children of the stars, was lying there surrounded by people, his head propped up by his arms. He'd muttered that when he'd seen Stardust. Stardust recognized him, ex machina. Another savior from the same generation as her, the one she'd seen on the news, the one with the power to turn back time. You failed too. No, you're alive, thank God this world survived, didn't it? Yes, it is. That's good, I am glad. Upon meeting her, he, unlike other spirits, was unusually curious about the affairs of the real world. While she was wondering at the familiar face she had seen for the first time in all her travels through this vast world, Ex Machina turned to her and asked dryly, "By the look on your face, you're looking for someone, aren't you?" Stardust nodded and said, "Yes, I am looking for a man named Egostic." And somehow he seemed to know him, either because he was of the same generation or because he knew more than she did. At that, Stardust asked him, "He is, in fact, from another world. Do you think that makes him different from other souls?" Ex Machina nodded, a sad smile on his face. "I don't know, but being a soul from another world, I don't think it will be easy. Still, I will support you." With that, Stardust nodded and took to the skies again, and she thought quietly, just like that. The last soul with the power of the stars that she felt in this world was Ex Machina. So far, she has found all the star spirits she has felt in this world, but Egostic wasn't among them. She didn't believe it at first, so she kept looking and kept coming back to the spirits with the power of the stars, but still, there were only the same people she'd always seen. Egostic was nowhere to be seen. Ah. In the middle of the underworld, amongst the countless souls with dead eyes, alone and silent, she muttered, "Now what now?" That's when she realized it. In the peaceful afterlife for her alone, hell began. From then on, she no longer flew through the skies, searching. She continued to walk without stopping, scouring the underworld for the faces of the nearby souls, one by one, though she failed to find Egostic among those with stellar souls, as she had first planned did not feel him, but believed he was out there somewhere in this world. For countless years, she wandered the netherworlds, searching for Egostic. Along the way, she's encountered some of the very villains she's defeated. "Wait there, that's you, that's Stardust?" She even encountered Death Knight. Dressed in black knight armor, he stood beside a beautiful middle-aged woman. When Stardust approached, surprised to see her, he chuckled and said, "I am back here again." He was back here again with his wife. And yet he said with a wistful look, "I'm back here and you're here looking for someone. Egostic, it means he is dead. I'm already out of contract, so I don't know his status, so I won't be much help, but cheer up. I'll ask the spirits around here as well." I can't feel his spirit here. Yeah, still. He might not know. If he knew, I am sure he'd leave a message for you to find him. That's the kind of person he is, so keep looking with hope. After that conversation, they parted ways, but she continued to look for him. Not surprisingly, he was nowhere to be found. The underworld still stretched out before her. Death Knight, too, was nowhere to be found. Somewhere in the Valley of the Dead, she was still wandering around today as well. She had no sense of time. Years had passed already, or perhaps decades. In her soul state, she could not even sense the concept of time. However, she reached her limit. Ugh. The woman who was walking expressionlessly today suddenly burst into tears. Nothing, nothing. Nothing, 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 nothing. HMPH. HMPH. With those words, she slumped to the floor, her knees buckling. Her spirit, too, had finally reached its limit. She had realized it before, but only now did she admit it. Egostic has no place here. No, I can feel it, though. Now that she's ascended to godhood, she can sense all the whereabouts of stellar power. Beyond reality and the afterlife, there's a faint starlight she has yet to find. But I do not know if his soul is hidden or if he has passed on to another world. What was certain was that he was not in this world, including the real one. Here, his aura could not be felt. I should go back. I should go back. With the hopeless realization that he was nowhere in this world, she contemplated giving up. Should I give up? She thought silently that she should. Now that she realized there really was no hope. Now that she realized there was no him here. But if I go back, what will I find? Stardust lifted her head and gazed out into the pitch-black night sky. In the beginning, life had been meaningful because of Egostic. What was the point of going back to a world without him? Maybe she should just stay here forever. Idly, Stardust thought to herself. Stardust. Somehow the words that Egostic had once said seemed to echo in her ears. You can do it. Clench your fists, strengthen your legs, fly up there and save people. You can do it because that's who you are. Ha ha. The words that Egostic had said to her when she was about to give up during the plane attack. Those words perhaps were the beginning of everything that led to their relationship. Yeah, I won't give up now. Just like that, Shin Haru, who had been on the verge of collapsing at any moment, steadied herself, wiped away her tears, and stood up. If Egostic is not here, I'll find him, even if it means chasing him to another world. As she thought that, she looked up at the black night sky. It was then that she realized something. In the black night sky of the underworld, a large moon was shining, and next to it, there was a small, faint star shining. A star. A star. Why is it there? Until then, she had only thought that star was cheering her on. She had never thought deeply about that point. But now, if that moon means the moon god, the one who created this other world in another dimension, what could that star mean? A small star. Another dimension, the dimension where Egostic came from. What happened to his soul then? If it's not here, it must have gone to another world. But according to Egostic, those from other worlds can't go back. But surely, the souls of this world must have been made to come here automatically after the death of their bodies. Then, the soul of Egostic, too. Surely, after his death, he would have tried to go to the world he was born in. But what if it didn't? What if it never reached the destination it was meant to reach, but stayed somewhere else? As Stardust thought that far, she realized something. She'd been thinking wrong all along. The Egostic she knew had always reached out to her first in her most desperate moments. Then surely, even now, if he knew she was doing this, he would have reached out to her first. The last thing he wanted was to see her in pain. And so, only then did she realize that the little star she had seen since she first came to this world had been shining faintly at her the whole time. As if to say, come this way, small but clear, it was guiding her from above. Looking at the scene, Stardust smiled for the first time since he arrived here. Tears welled up in her eyes and she sped up into the sky. Hope was in sight. Guided by a faint star, she traversed all of space, stopping in various dimensional shards that were connected to the underworld until she reached a certain space. Somewhere beyond the broken dimensional wall, there was a gap in the warped dimension. There, she landed on the ground, straightening her wind-blown blonde hair. Beneath a light blue sky shattered like broken glass was a small field of golden wheat fluttered in the wind, and at the end of it, a man. He stood with his back to her, looking out at the blue sky. Stardust walked towards him silently, because if she walked any faster, she felt like she couldn't hold back the emotions that were rising. When she arrived behind him, he looked back at her and smiled. Welcome. He looked at her with the kind smile he always gave her. Seeing him like that, she swallowed back the sobs that were rising and smiled brightly. Yes, I see, it took you long enough. It looks like you had a hard time. As he said that, Stardust took another step forward to the person she had been looking for. With a single tear in her eye, she smiled and took his hand. Yes, it's been a long time. I mean, let's go back now. Home. At those words, Duin looked at her, smiled quietly, and nodded. With that, the world was engulfed in light. Chapter 425. Main story end. Chapter 425. Epilogue. I want to thank everyone who supported this novel before and after I picked it up. Without your support, I wouldn't have finished it. I'm not good at speeches, so without further ado, enjoy the last chapter of the Mango Saga. Duin, wake up. Mom on a fluffy bed, I woke up with a start at the sound of her voice calling to me, and I rubbed my blurry eyes to clear them. And there she was in front of me, blue-eyed and smiling. I mumbled to her in a half-asleep voice, feeling her flowing blonde hair tickle my face. It's Haru. Are you awake? Yep. With those words, Haru smiled and kissed me briefly. I smiled at the feel of her lips against mine, stood up and stretched. Okay, let's get up. After sleeping in the same bed, we woke up and did a quick wash. We kissed one more time and then left for the door. I walked down the stairs to the living room and saw. Hey, are you up? Yes, Seo-yoon. Did you sleep well? Seo-yoon was sitting on the sofa, fiddling with the remote control, and when she saw me, she greeted me with a bright voice. With that, she got up from her seat, came toward the stairs, and immediately hugged me. Dawn. Yeah. I stroked her with a small smile as she buried her face in my chest. And just like that, behind me, Haru was watching with a small smile on her face. Haru, did you sleep well too? Yep, I slept well. After that, I left Haru and Seo-yoon behind as they chatted and headed towards the living room. And in the kitchen next to it, I saw the three of them huddled together, aprons on, doing something. No, Celeste, it's not cut like that. Here, look. HMPH, that's hard, can't I just use my powers? No, you have to know how to do it with your hands, it's a labor of love. Look, Halo is good at it, you should try to do it like her. I am embarrassed to take the compliment. Subin, Celeste, and Halo, the three women were gathered around the table, cooking. When I was looking at them, as if sensing my gaze, Subin stopped chopping vegetables with a knife, turned her head to look at me and greeted me with a bright smile. Ah, Dylan, are you awake? At the sight of her, the others also turned their heads and greeted me with smiles. Egoistic, are you awake? Master, you're awake. Haha, yes, did everyone sleep well? After greeting them, I asked what they were doing. Subin smiled sweetly and held up a kitchen knife. I've been teaching Celeste how to cook with Halo. HMPH. That's right, Egoistic, look forward to it. I'll cook breakfast for you this morning. Haha, I am looking forward to it. Is there anything I can do to help? No. There's already a lot of people in the kitchen, so you can rest over there, I see. I smiled at her and headed over to the couch where Seo-yoon and Haru were sitting. When I got there, Seo-yoon tapped the side of the couch, pointing to the TV on the wall. Dylan, look, they're talking about you right now. As she said that, I plopped down on the couch. Leaning back, I stared at the news on the TV screen. Next up, it's been a few weeks since the head of EgoStream and world hero, Egoistic, was resurrected in the middle of Seoul with those words. The screen flashed with archival footage of my resurrection. Koo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo in the middle of the city center of Seoul, along with the bright yellow pillar of light that appeared there, something fell from the sky with a tremendous sound. That was how I was resurrected to this world. By Stardust's side, I descended with the same splendor as when the sun god sent Halo down. Naturally, with such a raucous return, it was inevitable that the spectacle would be caught on camera and spread around the world. The result. For a while after my return, the news of my return was the only thing on the air. Especially in Korea, people were crying with emotion. It was both gratifying and bizarre anyway. Since my resurrection, I've been living in the same mansion I've always stayed in after announcing that I'd be staying there for rest and relaxation. And of course, my companions were there as usual. They all cried so much the day I returned. I felt so sorry for them. The only good news is that they all got closer while I was gone. Anyway, as I watched the day go by, I saw them watching me on TV with a big smile on their faces, concentrating on their day. I couldn't help but smile. I suddenly heard a loud bang under the blue sky outside the window and casually asked Seo-yoon. Seo-yoon, are they still doing that? Yes. Don't even get me started on how they're fussing about having to pluck mulberries before their powers disappear completely. Hearing Seo-yoon say that while shaking her head, I smirked and thought, after the sun god fell, just like in the original story, the abilities of superhumans have gradually begun to fade. Over time, even the strongest of them would become incapacitated. And as a result, to enjoy these abilities to the fullest before they disappeared completely, Choi Si-hee and Seo Ya-young went out every morning and fought amongst themselves. Not to mention Ha-yeol and Ariel, who got swept up in the action and dragged along with them every time. Anyway, Yoonwoo went to tell them to come back because we're about to go eat, so they'll be back soon. Seo-yoon's words continued as I stuck my head out the window to see if they were coming back. Surely, they're coming back, seeing as how they haven't made any more noise since that roar earlier. Well, I can't see anything but clear blue sky, so they'll be back soon. Oh, and of course I could see her in the front garden of the mansion. Lying on a sund in front of the garden, Shinryong is reading a book, wearing a strange combination of a white robe and sunglasses. Hey haha, I missed this. And Dizik, humming and tending to his garden with a large pair of scissors. By the way, when Stardust told me that she saw Dizik with his wife in the other world, I asked him if he's okay with me summoning him again after I return, haha. Of course, to begin with, when I am inside the ring, I am in a state of being returned to the underworld. And seeing each other occasionally makes things more touching? Ha ha ha, was the reply. He's so consistent. On the television, a peaceful, everyday story was playing in my ears. Breaking news. The National Assembly has just passed the country's first ever permissible second marriage for national merit, aka the Polygamy Act. No, wait. I think I just heard something weird. I looked up, feeling ridiculous, and saw Lee Seola smiling cheerfully inside the National Assembly on the TV screen. No, why did you come out of there? Just as I was about to watch the news again, I heard a commotion from the front door, and the people who had just left entered the living room with towels around their necks. Phew, I am done. Dylan, you're up. This morning, HMPH. Morning, Dylan. Dylan, are you awake? Choi Si-hee and Seo Ya-young are here, and Yoonwoo and Ha-yeol who came with them. Just as I was greeting them, I heard Subin's loud voice from the living room. Everyone come to work for breakfast now. Okay, sister. With that, they headed to the kitchen. Sitting on the couch, I watched them with a wistful expression, then turned my head back to look out the window. It took a long time. Finally, the original ended, and the world plunged into the post-original. Though many cities were destroyed and many lives were lost unlike the original, I had finally succeeded in saving the world. Of course, there were still problems. Although the powers of the superhumans were said to be weakening, they still remained along with the fear of the terror that the remaining villains could cause. How society would be reorganized after the powers were completely removed, and how long the alliance between heroes and villains would last, I had a lot of concerns. Oddly enough, I wasn't too worried about them. Why, Dylan? Just as I was thinking that, I turned my head again, suddenly at the voice calling to me from the side. Let's go. Rising from her seat, Haru stood, her golden hair glistening in the sunlight, smiling at me and holding out her hand. And looking at her like that. Okay. I smiled a small smile, took her hand, and stood up. Where were we? Okay. Somehow, I wasn't so worried about the future anymore. Even though all the big problems are over, I know that as long as we're all together, this happiness can continue. Let's go, Haru, I said to her, smiling. As we walked to where everyone was gathered, I silently thought to myself, somehow I have a feeling that this peace will continue to be maintained in the future. The end.